College. We do have Dr. Leslie Travers. I believe if she's not on Zoom yet, she will be, unless she is watching on YouTube. We have our newest college president with us. We have Ms. Janelle Oberlander. She's the interim president of the Gillette Community College District. We have Dr. Joe Schaefer, president of Laramie County Community College. We have Ms. Lita Watson. She is the interim president of Northwest College. We have Dr. Walt Tribely, president of Northern Wyoming Community College District. I believe he is either in this, I don't see him on the Zoom, so he must be on YouTube. And then I do see Dr. Kimberly Dale. She is the president of Western Wyoming Community College. We also have with us today, because Wyoming Public TV, it will be a part of our discussion today, Mr. Terry Dugas. He is here. He is the general manager of Wyoming Public TV. I believe he also has a foundation. Yes, our foundation executive director for Wyoming Public TV as well, Wyoming PBS. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, as we go over as we begin and we go over our state of the agency and the budget, keep in mind that the commission addresses the colleges as a function of the agency in an enterprise fashion. So it's across the entire community college system. But we also do have Wyoming Public TV. It is a separate entity within our budget request. But we also recognize that the mission of the Wyoming Public TV and the mission of the community colleges is related to an educated citizenry. So it certainly makes sense. So as such, when we do wrap up on the budget and the exception requests, I do respectfully request that I have the opportunity to allow the college presidents to address topics specifically. Dr. Darren Devine, as the president of the President's Council, will lead that. He has comments prepared for you today. And then also I'd like to allow Mr. Terry Dugas to address related to his exception requests for Wyoming Public TV. I wanted to start with the state of the agency because we were very intentional throughout our budget request submitted that it be very cohesive and very consistent for it to be very seamless, as you can understand where all of our requests come from. We do recognize the state has had fiscal challenges. And I think opening up that way is really important for us to recognize. So you will see that included in our budget request is directly tied to the statewide college system strategic plan. That's a statutory requirement. It is aligned with the commission priorities. To have those is also a statutory requirement. And along with the statutes and the session laws that you have put in place. So we make sure that we're very consistent. You have a lot of documents from us today, and I wanted to highlight those documents so that as we come to those, I can reference those. We can go into as much detail or just have them for your information purposes. The 7 documents we submitted, there are a few other documents, our 600 and 900 series, 2 of those. And then I also submitted a letter, I think that's 12-03, that is related to the CapCon discussion last week. I'm referencing items 1204 through 1210 if you're looking on the LSO website. Number 1, we do have the at-a-glance document. We started this a few years ago. We have 2 letters from the commission to the governor, and I'll explain those as we get to those. One of those is on state aid. One of those is on recalibration. We also have a letter from the presidents, directly from Dr. Devine, but you'll see all the college presidents sign that letter to the commission as we were moving forward in the budget process. I also have an update on Wyoming Works. We're really proud of that program. I have an update for you on the Bachelor's of Applied Science degree that the legislature put in place. And then I also have a 10-year review of new and also eliminated and hiatus programs. Now I'll talk about that document as well. At this time, I just want to highlight that at-a-glance document. It has some really great information in it. The community colleges do serve about 26,000, 27,000 students in our state. They are a large enterprise, and I just want to highlight that. That is the credit students. What is not there is about the 10,000 non-credit students that the community colleges also serve within their community colleges. And I also want to remind you, we bring this to you almost every year, that the community colleges are the large transfer to the university and do comprise the largest cohort of graduates from the University of Wyoming. So we work very well together, and I think that's an important thing for us to point out. I do also want to highlight on that document, because we also have this in our achievement, is the Wyoming Community College system, which is created by the legislature. We are a creation of the work that you have done over the years, as provided by Article 7 of the Constitution. The community college system is consistently, the Wyoming Community College system is consistently one of the best in the country. And we're really proud of that. Last year, we were #1. This year, we are #2. And I just want to mention that the metrics that are used for that, there are 19 metrics. And the data source is the National Center for Education Statistics and the U.S. Department of Ed, among other data. And it has to do with completion, ratio in the classroom, and a variety of other success metrics for the institution. So it is valid information, and it is also the basis of the U.S. News and World Report as rankings that you see. So I guess it would be appropriate to say, good job putting the community colleges together, because it's quite a successful enterprise and something for us to be proud of as a state. In the state of the agency, we were very careful in what we put in, that it would prepare for what was coming in the budget, and made sure that it was framed around those statutes. So I just want to hit very quickly that this includes the legislatively created state's interest, and that is the basis of the performance metrics of the colleges. And that is built in to the allocation model. And I think that's important for you to be aware of. That includes an educated citizenry, a diversified economy, workforce development, efficient and effective systems, and accountability and improvement. Those are put in place by you as the legislature. And I then want to hit on page 7, if we can go very quickly, because it's going to make a lot of sense for what's coming forward. The state of the agency achievements.
Is this page 7 of the handout or of the budget?
I'm moving on to the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things in that state of the agency. Apologies. On page 7, I wanted to hit the state of the agency achievements. And we were wise enough to pick some of those up and put them on our at-a-glance document. So you will see a lot of consistency between that at-a-glance document, along with some very important data for you and what you see in the achievements. Last year was a hard year, right? It was for everybody. And community colleges, just like every other entity in the state, took severe cuts. And we wanted to recognize that. But I also want to take the time to say, but a lot of good work still happened. And that is really a testament to the colleges and the work that they do. Regardless of the situation in front of them, they proceed. And a lot of what I'm going to share, I think many members of the Joint Appropriations Committee knows, because you've been our home committee for forever, up until this year, whenever we were assigned to the Joint Education Committee as well. So I want to hit again, best community college in the country, creation of the legislature, something to be proud of. I also want to share the attainment work, again, created by the legislature, housed in the commission. That really has done an incredible amount of work. And I'm really proud of that. Dr. Kim Dale, along with Dr. Edward Seidel, who's the president of the university, co-chair that council and are bringing it actually to a sunset. It is important that in that plan, which was adopted, the state does have an official strategic plan for post-secondary education completion, because it is the #1, post-secondary attainment is the #1 predictor of economic and social mobility for an individual and a state. And that's why you see it across, I think 48 states have these attainment plans in front of them. The council is, I want to mention, the attainment strategic plan was adopted, and in that does include things like the Wyoming Works, the YO transfer. You're going to hear me talk about that a little bit later today. That's the common transcript transfer process that the legislature put in place. The SLEDS, the Statewide Longitudinal Education Data System, the Bachelor's of Applied Science, and the Wyoming's Tomorrow Adult Grant that's actually been working through the Joint Education Committee. I want to pause for a second and recognize that the Elbogen.
Go ahead. Speak up, Senator Larson, or Representative Larson.
Thank you. Dr. Caldwell, would you, on that SLEDS section there, you've got as part of a federal grant, is that administered to the commission or to the Department of Education? Can you?
Mr. Chairman?
Understand that.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, that was something that we jointly did together out of the Attainment Council, moving these SLEDS forward. The requirement for that grant is that it is written out of the Department of Education. It is required out of the, what is the SEA, which we did do that. It is primarily administered through the commission, and we work very closely. Superintendent Balo's on the Attainment Council.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
We're just trying to tie the two together.
Yes.
Thank you. Continue.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
thank you. Sandy, could you tell me a little bit more about the Attainment Council, the demand gap analysis, and the Wyoming skills profile specifically? As you know, I've been hungry to see a document that identifies the number of job openings by skill set, both now and projected in the future, and what the capacity of the community colleges has to be to meet the demand for welders, diesel mechanics, and so forth. Have you put is this plan that detailed?
Go ahead, Doctor.
Mr. Chairman, Senator
Go ahead.
Kinski, I could tell you a lot about that, actually. That is embedded within the attainment plan to have that skills profile and the program demand gap analysis. We were very fortunate, and Ms. Lachelle Brandt is here. Part of that work included the National Governors Association grant that helped us move that forward. We do, in fact, have the skills profile and the program demand gap analysis. I can provide that for you. Very happy to do so.
Wonderful, thank you.
Absolutely.
Other questions? Go ahead. Continue.
Okay. Members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, the council is set to sunset in 2022. And I think we're ready. We've been working on our sunset plans. It's really about doing the work and the lift that is in place, which really needs to be institutionalized across the state. We do have several ARPA requests. You will see those. Those submissions are public information. We've provided that. And those requests are related to that actual plan itself. And they should ensure the council is ready to sunset. We don't have anything related to that other than the technology requests for the attainment work. And because that is institutionalized. So you won't see anything else other than in the ARPA for the attainment other than the technology coming forward in our request today. This is another really, I think I'm very proud of, and I think the commission and the colleges are, is something that this committee tasked the commission with doing. And that is the Sustainable Funding Work Group and recommendations. Chairman Freeze and Vice Chair Dooley actually presented that to you last December with the information and the work that was done in that. It's really comprehensive. We were really pleased that SHIO and WICHE and NCHEMS helped us with that so that we could have some national level expertise that help keep that work really objective to bring that for you. The SLEDS is something we're also proud of. The data is in the system and the research questions are starting to happen. And I do want to mention that Ms. Edinburgh behind me and the data governance team were recognized as a best practice in all SLDSs in the country and actually did a data presentation on that. That's really, really great recognition for the state of Wyoming, showing that we can do it right. We were successful, as Representative Larson mentioned, that we did acquire a $3.6 million grant, and that allowed us to really do that work and stand it up. And I'll talk about our exception request where that grant is coming to coming to an end. I will say that Department of Workforce Service or Department of Family Services has been added in an advisory function to the SLED's executive board, which includes one of the college presidents, the university president, myself, includes the director of workforce services, and it also includes Superintendent Balo. And so we've added Director Schmidt to that on an advisory role in preparation for DFS coming into that system. They have to do some data work. They have some data management in front of them that we'll be waiting on that to occur so that we can bring that data in. Ms. Eddie Byrne, our CTO, is on a sub-team that's working to prepare to make sure however they proceed, it will talk for the appropriate data that can go in. Certainly not all the data would. That's part of that work as well. So really great state level work that's housed out of the commission. And we will then get to see, as Senator Kinsky brought up, not only where the gaps are, but what's happening longitudinally in the workforce based on the education system. And then I want to share that we do have a new statewide college system strategic plan that is required in statute. Our budget request has to be aligned with that, which has to be aligned with the state's interests that you established. 4 goals in that. I'm not going to go with those in detail, but they'll make sense to you, I believe. One of those is educational attainment. That's an economic strategy for the state. Affordability, both at the institutions and for the students in the state. Program alignment. That's across institutions, across education sectors, and program workforce alignment is included in that. And economic development. Our community colleges are engines in our regions for economic development. This is where I wanted to provide a little bit of information for you. That's where I included the Wyoming Works summary. I'd had a question about that to include it in for you as a summary. You'll see about 1.5 million for student grants. And we are pleased that we did receive from the governor's office support for that for us in this next biennium. So I wanted to mention that one. The Bachelor's of Applied Science summary is there for you as well. We have 4 of the community colleges with active programs with students enrolled, and that enrollment is robust and healthy. We have 1 more college that has been approved. They are in the process with the Higher Learning Commission. I also want to mention in that, and Dr. Moritz put all those together for us, is that just recently a white paper was released, and this is going to reinforce what the colleges have reported to us, and that is that Bachelor's of Applied Science is a net add to the state in terms of post-secondary. The vast majority, and so far as I know, all of those students, it did not pull away from the university, and that is what we are seeing nationwide. What it is doing, it is adding people into the bachelor's level who would not have gone. And I had a great conversation with President Watson yesterday. And in fact, that's what their students have absolutely reported. So great success in the community colleges. You see their enrollment is rather robust. Another report that we provided related to our strategic plan is a 10-year review of new, but also eliminated and hiatus programs. One of the things that we have heard in several years is that the colleges add, but they never seem to remove a program. And that's on the commission for not reporting that. We wanted to make sure that we got that in front of you. I will tell you, we didn't have great records on that, but we do have a standing report for that for the commission every April. Dr. Moritz works with all the academic vice presidents at the colleges to make sure that that gets updated and reported. So we do, I wanted to mention that the community colleges are very flexible and nimble when they have the resources to be that way. And you'll see they do eliminate programs to make sure that their curriculum stays relevant and that it serves the communities. They have very large advisory councils, which is pointed out on the at a glance. So I wanted to highlight that one as well. The next really great achievement, if you notice, I did mention we have 8 college presidents, not 7, as has been in the past. And this was afforded by a lot of work in this last year. In 2020 and 2021, these were tremendous for the commission and the community college system. We received an application for a new independent community college district, and that resulted in substantial research and documentation. You all received a hefty packet from me related to this, where we did a substantive set of research to prepare and provide you the information as to whether or not you were going to allow that to move forward. And you did. You passed that bill last year, and Campbell County moved that forward on a ballot measure. And it was successful to the tune of almost 70%. It's a very high pass rate in that county. It's kicked off the multi-year process. We have an interim president, which we're very proud of. The districts of Gillette Community College District in Northern Wyoming are in the process of the separation that will occur for Gillette to be independent, and they're moving forward in the accreditation process. So that's about a 4 or 5 year process that is published out on the HLC website. And they have hit the ground running to move that forward with moving on the president very quickly and letting that happen. We're really excited that the citizens of the state have again said community college education is vital to the state's economy and voted for that college to come in place to better serve the needs of our state. I want to be sure to emphasize for you that Gillette Community College District is in the process. Therefore, the budget request that we have in front of you does not include any funding for Gillette Community College District. That is something that they have to work through. That's all outlined in statute. They're working on the process with Northern. So what you have in here, it's a new question I've received a lot in the last couple of weeks. How will this budget impact Gillette Community College District? And it would only impact Gillette Community College District through their relationship with Northern. All of the students at the Gillette campus are students of Northern Wyoming Community College District until Gillette moves through that process. So just wanted to make sure.
Go ahead,
Just a
Senator.
quick question on the update on that. Where is the Gillette as far as putting on the ballot the per-mill levy for the community college? Has that happened, or what's the plan for that to happen? Because really that becomes the crux of the formation, correct?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Senator Hicks, their ability to assess the 4 mills was passed. That happened with the election on August the 17th. The special election on August the 17th, the ballot language is prescriptive. It is in statute, and that is the ballot language. So the Board of Trustees, which was also elected that day, we provided that notification to them, has the ability to assess up to 4 mills and then the optional 5th mill. Their budget adoption, I think, is tomorrow. Oh, in January. Okay, a little bit more work going on there. Okay. Senator Hicks, the board is looking at and I don't speak for that board, but what I can tell you is we meet every week with President Oberlander, and they are looking at an incremental process, but they have that capacity now. But they're looking at what mill they should assess based on the budget that they need at the time. So they're being very intentional and thoughtful about that. And we'll know that finally in January. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, just
Go ahead. Pull your mic a little bit closer. Dr. Dale is frustrated. She can't hear you.
Yeah, just a follow-up on that. And I know that we dealt with a couple of bills last year. Have to go back and look at the final disposition of those. I thought the 4 mill assessment was a mandatory 4 mills, and so it wasn't a discretionary up to. And if that was the case, wouldn't Gillette College then become kind of a recapture district under a 4 mill assessment or not?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, that was a whole lot in one question. I'm going to say that because it sort of mixed two things. So Senator Hicks, the board does have the discretion to assess up to 4 mills. That is the discretion of the board, and that is the way the ballot language reads. They cannot receive any state funding in any manner until they assess the full 4 mills. That is major maintenance, that's capital construction, that's when nursing faculty, that's retirement contributions, the state portion of health insurance. They will not be receiving any of that until they assess 4 meals and achieve accreditation. So it is the 4 meals and that. So but they have to build it is what I would emphasize. I think the board, and I don't speak for them, this is what I've heard them say, are being very responsible in the progression of assessing the mills based on the budget and the next steps in the separation process.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in reference to accreditation, what is the timeline for that? And what are the requirements? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, that timeline is about a 4 to 5 year process. It is actually outlined in, it's on our website. It's actually on the Higher Learning Commission, is the accrediting body for the state of Wyoming. And there is quite a process. They have to have the college actually in place. So right now, or prior to the election, Gillette College was a campus center of Northern Wyoming Community College District. So they have to have all things in place. The board had to be there. They are adopting policy. They had to hire a president. They also have to have the administrative structure. They have to have things like the library in place. It is a full and comprehensive college, including the curriculum in place and things like a curriculum committee, those things that really create the internal capacity of an institution. And they do have to meet the fiscal profile. It's called the composite index. I'm not going to bore you with all of that, but they also have to meet the financial readiness, including the ability to support the college operations.
Okay, thank you. President Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, Director Caldwell, thank you. A couple big picture questions, just so I understand. It looks like, well, first off, you've given us the numbers for head count. How does head count relate to full-time equivalent students roughly? Do you divide by 8? Do you divide by 2? That's kind of a question. And the second part is, in looking over the last 10 years of enrollment, with the important exception of 2020, it looks like community college enrollment kind of tracks the unemployment rate, right? When unemployment is high, then your enrollment goes up, and when unemployment is low, your enrollment goes down. Question, I guess, is that true? And from your point of view, and how does that affect your ability to plan funding out in the future? And final question, sorry for so many in a row. Obviously, community college funding is very different than K through 12 funding. The K through 12 funding model, as Byzantine as it is some way equal across the board. And if I want to look at the funding model, I can go to the Department of Education website and find it. The Community College Commission funding formula for the community colleges seems very different, and it results, for example, in Western Wyoming Community College getting a lot less money than it would if it were done according to the K through 12 model. Where can I go to your website someplace to find that funding model formula for the community colleges?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Representative Stith, I'm gonna try to make sure I hit all of those questions for you. Let's talk about FTE and headcount. The community colleges headcount compared to their FTE is a lot different. The community colleges do serve a lot of part-time students. You can see the average age is 25. They do serve a working population in general, and the working population does tend to take fewer students. What you have to do to get that FTE, we really try to highlight the head count, because the colleges, regardless of how many credits a student takes, they have to process every individual student, right? Every head that comes through, and that really impacts them. To get the FTE, you have to multiply that to the total number of credit hours that are taken, and then you divide that by 12 for the FTE. So it takes, if a part-time student is taking 6 credits and another part-time student is taking 6 credits, this college still has to serve 2 students. but the FTE counts that as one.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Go ahead.
I got that. How does it say for 26,000 head count? What's that on average? Not that you would have an exact number at your
What is that number
fingertips,
in
but
front of us?
sort of on average, what is that for FTE?
It's not quite divided by 4. It's very close to dividing that by 4.
I'm sorry, could you say it louder?
Mr. Chairman, yes, apologies. It's not exact, but it's close to dividing that by 4. And we'll get you the exact FTE in front of us. It is one of our challenges that he's got it in front. I'll give it to you shortly. Got it in front of you. FTE. Total FTE is, it's actually, this is on an annual though, correct? Okay, so our enrollment report, this is public information, and I'll send this to you because it's out on our website. The FTE, this is annual, not a semester, is 13,500, and the head count is the 26,000 that you see there. So the reason why he had said 4 is because you would divide it if you want to look at a semester by semester basis. I'll make sure everybody has that page for you.
All right, thank you.
You asked multiple questions. I'm going to answer each one of those, Mr. Chairman. You asked about the employment, and this is a national enrollment compared to employment. And that is a national measure. It is consistent across community colleges, actually consistent across universities as well. Much more pronounced at community colleges, because they do have a large number of employed individuals. More so, not that the university doesn't, they absolutely do, but not to the same impact that the community colleges do. You do tend to see when unemployment is increasing, enrollment at community colleges does increase. That is very consistent. The really big exception to this rule of thumb would be what happened in the pandemic, in which all post-secondary institutions saw a very large drop in enrollment. We were able to offset that. I'm very pleased to share that the CARES College and Adult Grant that the governor really leveraged for tuition, or actually can't pay tuition fees, everything else, did make an impact. We were looking at about a 20% drop in enrollment. And that was close to 7% headcount, 8% FTE. So we made a very big difference in that. That is the exception, and it was nationwide. We were able to close that gap, by the way, compared to the rest of the country. It was really, as it showcased the impact of our adult learners and the financial assistance and what they were facing. Mr. Chairman? Oh, I had one more. Sorry about that.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, one more. You asked another question. The funding model. So is it on our website? The answer is yes, it is. Maybe not so easy to find, and we're going to fix that. You can know that, Mr. Buckles. It is it's actually prescribed in our rules. You can read it there, but we have done multiple presentations, including going through in depth with the Joint Education Committee to understand that. So it is available, and we're going to put it more clearly outlined. Mr. Chairman, if I may continue. And then if you will head to page 9 of our budget, this is where we get into the state of the agency challenges. And that is definitely what you're going to see show up in our exception requests as we go through this. There are always downsides, right? And we've had a really tough few years. And this committee, if any committee is aware, the community colleges have been facing an erosion for many, many years. So we're going to highlight that for you. The one that I wanted to bring up is in the sustainable funding and the budget erosion of the community colleges. This continues to be a challenge, and this is something that this committee has been aware of and tasked us with doing the sustainable funding work group. It isn't a new topic, but it is certainly one that we have had the ability, based on your task, to really study in depth. The recalibration only focuses on FTE. It does not focus on headcount. And it also does not include overall increasing costs. That is different from the K-12 model, as Representative Stiff brought up. It is wholly different from the K-12. It really only looks at recalibration of the FTE. When we saw prior to the last couple of years, the headcount at the colleges over 10 years had actually increased. Their FTE had decreased. And that's where recalibration really showed the challenge that it had. And it does not include an external cost adjustment that the K-12 recalibration does. So that's important to know. We have brought to you, this is also not a new number, the 94 million budget erosion since 2010 due to the cuts in the external cost adjustments, the big cuts that happened last year. And I think all of us are aware of the high rate of inflation this year. And that, again, is going to raise that number even further. We'll get more into detail when we get to the exception request, because we really paid attention to what you said to us last year and the prior year. So we wanted to bring you some concrete numbers around that. Challenges technology costs. You're hearing that from every single agency, I think. So this is also not new. One thing to know is that the agency is very technology heavy. The commission is the housing entity for multiple things. So not only do we have the administrative computing system for the colleges, otherwise known as the ERP, that is within the commission. It houses all of their data. All of it is in the administrative computing system. We also house the YO transfer. That's the common transcript and transfer process for the colleges and the university. And that's housed out of the commission. And the SLEDs is also housed out of the commission using our data backbone for all of that. So we are a very technology heavy because we do multiple things that are statewide and provide information for the state. And so you're going to see us talk about that later on in our exceptions request. The need for data storage is something that's very critical for us. And we've brought it forward to you numerous times, including the reality of the cybersecurity attacks. I want to mention this because that is something that we have brought to you before. We did have a very serious attack at one of the community colleges. And we also recognize that we have an aging infrastructure and a legacy system that is going to have to be moved to the cloud. We know the administrative computing systems are going to force that move. It's going to happen. The exception requests are primarily tied to the statutory activities and technology. We do not have the exception request for you for the cloud base. We do not have that for the cybersecurity, and we do not have that for the modernizing. And the reason why is because we have put those requests in the ARPA request. We saw this as really thinking about what do we really need to bring as a budget request, and what do we need to be able to bring where we might have an opportunity to leverage funds at the federal level that would help with a cost avoidance for the state general fund at a later time. So I wanted you to be aware of that, why you've got some things here and why you don't, but you will see those coming forward. And those are public, by the way, and they are on the governor's website that they're listed. Staffing stability and compensation, again, another one you've heard a lot about, and you've also heard from me before. This is largely centered on the ability to have enough staff to do the work and compensation. The commission and the colleges, I do want to mention, are different than many other agencies because there is a specialized skill set that has to occur. And I'll mention these two gentlemen flanking me on either side. You've got to know a lot, not only about how a state structure and state government works. You have to understand how things like college budgets work, what happens in, which is the framework that we use, the NACUBO. How does accreditation work? How does all of that work within the state and at the colleges? And at the colleges, they have to have the level of expertise, one, to administer, and two, for example, academic libraries. And they have to have faculty. And their faculty, I want to mention, is that they are recruiting nationally. So they really have to be competitive in that market. And you can verify this. That's on the Chronicle of Higher Ed. I can give you as much data as you would want on this. to let you see where it really lands for the colleges. It is creating a significant challenge for Wyoming to be competitive on the open market. I know Director Bach talked about this statewide, and we're a part of that conversation. When paired with the budget cuts, and we're going to really highlight this in just a little bit later on, when paired with the budget cuts and the position reductions, the workload has increased. And it's also something that you've heard across the agencies bring forward. But that also creates an issue, not only in recruitment, but retention. And being able to really keep the talented people that you have, because there is a lot of marketing right now and recruitment going on in higher education. The colleges are much like the state in that they are below MPP. We were very careful when we get to that part of our budget to use the same language. Mr. Buckles, our CFO, worked with the colleges to make sure we were bringing you parallel language because the colleges are different, but that doesn't mean that we can't bring it to you in a way that helps it make sense when you're looking at the entire state. So we'll talk about that a little bit more. You are going to see an exception request for college compensation. You will not see one for the agency staff. That is with the enterprise request that came forward. We in consultation, we had snafu that Wyoming Public TV is a separate budget. It's not in the colleges, it's in ours. The administration is what pays for that. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. So we're going to be making a request for you for Wyoming Public TV. That one is missed on the page 13. And it's also not in our budget and it's not in the college's budget. So we're going to talk about that one just a lot. I wanted to bring that up for you. There are a couple of other challenges that we reported related to reports and related to expectation versus resources, but they're really tied to the other things that we just talked about. I mean, they're really consequences of the other components.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative.
Chairman. I did note that you comment and call it out, and it's not the first time that the commission has, that the legislative reports seem to be cumbersome. And I would just note that at approximately a $220 million budget, that's $11 million per report. And so I'm sure the legislature would be happy to work with you to reduce the number of reports, but I would also guess we would expect a corresponding reduction in our state aid somewhere in that neighborhood. So I might caution you when you feel our reports are overly cumbersome with 60% of your budget coming from state aid. We like to know how our dollars are being spent, and that's really the point of and the purpose of those reports. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Representative Walters, duly noted. Moving on to page 10, I wanted to call this out. You'll see at the bottom of page 10, the 2021 through 2023 priorities. The commission is required to establish priorities for the biennium. You're going to see it's very, very consistent with the strategic plan and frankly, what you've asked of us to do. So the commission puts that very clearly, and you can see that that is threaded throughout the budget requests that are coming forward for you today. So then if we can move on to page 21, we will start unit by unit in the budget. I will mention page 4. You don't need to go back to that, but that's where it really highlights the entire, it's got the base budget, the standard budget, which is our starting place, the exception request. Ours are a little complicated in how those numbers add up. So I think going through section by section is going to be very helpful as you think about what we've got before you and why we have it before you. Standard budget on page 21, this is the commission administrative budget. And I want to point out in this section that the bulk of the administrative budget is in support of the colleges. And that's important to note. Sometimes that's hard to see, but you can see the detail there. Personnel, which we did, in fact, reduce a position for the commission. That was our public information workforce coordinator position last year.
21.
With that change, the personnel make up only 1.16% of our entire budget. So what I would say is that the administrative budget, when it comes to the personnel, is a very small portion. And that the rest of that funding really goes to have the operation work and to serve the community colleges. So what I would say is in terms of the agency itself, it's lean and really focused on the work at hand and what you've provided for us. We do appreciate the governor's recommendation on the standard budget. If we can go to page 23, that's where we start with the exception request for the administrative budget. A lot of technology costs. I've talked about technology. We're heavy technology. So I'm going to talk about those just a little bit. We do have some technology costs, including recurring costs, such as maintenance agreements for the administrative computing system or the ERP for the colleges, as well as some of the 252 and 292 codes that in the last one were, even though recurring, we're not zero-based, we're actually one-time funding. So we have those. That's similar to other agencies. So we're not different in that. You're seeing those again this time. I do want to mention that all the technology requests were approved by ETS, and we were in work with them to make that happen. So on page 23 is priority number 1. That is the administrative computing system for the colleges, often called the ERP. This is the Ellucian contract for the college's operating system. They simply can't function without it. That has all the data, employment, all of those kinds of things. I will mention that this one is, when I talked about what is in our ARPA request, we do have a digital transformation. That's why you don't see that here. This is for the current system to move forward in the maintenance agreement for them. And I will mention that when we do the cloud eventually at some point, that is going to also help us with the cybersecurity and the concerns regarding cybersecurity.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Director Caldwell, and we'll probably, I know we'll have the same question on our mind and we'll ask it on this. And as you talk about these maintenance agreements and the increase in them, we've had the discussion in previous years and we've always come back and asked what type of negotiation you've had on those maintenance agreements and what efforts you've, I recall, and in here, you don't talk about the percentage that maintenance agreement is increasing, is it 2%, 6%? What is that? And because we found that some of those are, in our opinion, sometimes are excessive, and other agencies have been able to negotiate that down some. And so I'm just curious on this particular one, and perhaps others that you're familiar with in following exception requests, what effort was made to address that, or what conversations did you have?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Representative Larson, that is a negotiated amount that we do with Ellucian, which is the vendor for the colleague system. There are only a few of those systems in the country. It has been, and I'll let Mr. Buckles talk about how that negotiation process, it is within the contract that we negotiate. We actually tried to go back when the budget cuts came forward, and we didn't get any help with that. They were unwilling to do that. What I will tell you is per the state process, we will be going back out when this contract comes to an end for a new RFP to see if we can't either negotiate that better if we go forward with them or to consider other options. Ms. Edderburn, our Chief Technology Officer, does lead the Chief Information Officers Council across all the colleges, and this is a hot topic. Rest assured, this is an important issue, not only the maintenance agreements, but what's going to happen when we have to go to the cloud transformation, and how do we do that in a way that meets the state's needs, is prudent, but doesn't create total disruption at the community colleges. Mr. Chairman, page 23 and 24, that is our next. One thing I will mention, I want to go back to that one because I think it's important to recognize that we did put the larger transformation of the cloud migration in the ARPA request that you're going to see. And I also want to mention that we made sure there's no duplication.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair.
So I tried to go online and on the governor's website and find your ARPA request, and I couldn't find it handily. Could you just have that forwarded to us?
Sure,
So we can see it,
I'd be happy to provide that
Because
for
we
you.
want to kind of see that. as
I
we-
did check, every single one of them is there, so I'll forward
Yeah.
that to you.
Okay, thank you.
In those requests, we've also made sure, because I think this is important, you'll see we were very careful. You don't see requests in here that landed in the ARPA request. So we wanted to keep it very clean. We were advised to do that. And that includes all of these technology requests. And that will also be the case when you see the Wyoming Innovations Partnership come forward. There's no duplication across any of our requests. We were very careful with that and very pleased to be able to share that with you. Pages 23 and 24, this is priority number 2. This is the Academy One vendor. This is the common transcript and transfer process. And I am very pleased to say that is active. It is working. We did provide a report to that. And I also wanted to let you know that when that did come to be and we were able to make that announcement, I did have the opportunity to let Senator Coe know that before he passed away, because that was one of his, the same with Representative Northrup. I let him know as well that this had come to be, because this is really something that they felt very strongly to help with the seamless transition between the colleges, or among the colleges, and between the colleges and the university, and students really like it. So I want to just mention that. This is the vendor for that, and we are actually statutorily required to bring you this request. That's the way the legislation was written, and without it, I'm not really sure how we would be able to proceed in such a good system. And this one did receive the governor's rec, as did the last one. Page 24 is our Tableau licensing. I will share that the commission holds an enterprise server license, and we heavily rely on this. This is a lot of those front-facing dashboards that are on the commission site where all the enrollment data lives and all that information exists. And we use it for a lot of things. And I will also share that it is part of the dashboard used for the governor's office effort with the career coach and the Skillify that really helps with the public knowing what careers are available, what skills profile are there. That's hosted on the Tableau servers as well. And I'm really proud of that effort. Ms. Lachelle Brandt was really the key person leading that out of the NGA grant as well. This was also included in the governor's recs. Pages 25 and 28. This is priority number 6. 25 through 28. It goes on for multiple pages for a reason, because this is software, IT training, the consulting that goes with this work, including some of the specialized reports that we have to do. And that's part of this request. This includes hardware, software, subscriptions, training, the commission staff and support services that allow us to work across the entities. As you know, we are the housing for many types. What we did in this is it's separated by section. So you've got a subscription section, you got a hardware section, you've got a contractual services section, so that you can see the components that make up that sort of combined request. And we put that together again with ETS, and I'm pleased to bring that for you. This is a consistent one that we bring to you based on the work that we do. And this is also included in the governor's recs, and we appreciate his recs. Pages 28 and 29. This is priority number 8, and this is the ETS increased server capacity. I sort of talked about that coming into this, that we would have an exception request around the data. While the prior priority number 6 included some, this is related to it, this itself is just the storage that were needed. The ETS servers to accommodate the increased load for all the initiatives that we do. Again, we're the hub for many things, and that's where it lives. I will tell you that the SLEDS grant helped offset these costs a lot. And we will, that grant ends in the middle of the biennium. So what we have before you is the balance of that funding for the data storage that we've been able to manage and pay for out of the SLEDS grant. In the next biennium, you'll see that full amount unless we're successful in another grant for that. And again, we're happy that we did receive a governor's rec for that request. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this brings us to the end of the administrative exception request. You can see the full detail on pages 30 and 31. Every little line is there for your pleasure to read. And we are, I will say, while it is a high workload with a small staff, we're actually very happy to do this work. And I want to make sure that I said that out loud. Page 32.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we leave the administrative division, just wanted to double check that I understood correctly from Representative Larson's question earlier in the morning. The $3.6 million grant that the WDE received for sleds is the same money that will be used for your work on sleds. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, yes, that is how the grant had to come through them. We administer that grant, and it does pay for the sleds that is housed in the commission. It is a very common structure across states.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, another question?
Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you,
Follow
Mr.
up.
Chairman. Just wanting to make sure that I read your narrative correctly on your exception requests for technology. I have that one exception request 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all ongoing funding requests versus one-time funding requests.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yes,
I'm going to have Mr. Buckles answer that question. So
And then
I
I'd
don't mess
follow it up. There's a few of the items within exception request number 6. Some are ongoing and some
Yeah,
are
that is correct.
one time. Just
Yes.
wanting to make sure I'm reading that and that narrative is
That is correct.
corresponding with your desires.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
go ahead.
Larry Buckles, Chief Financial Officer for the Commission, Representative Walters. 1, 2, and 3 are all ongoing. To kind of expand a little bit on the answer that Dr. Caldwell gave to Representative Larson regarding our negotiated increases to maintenance, we do that specifically with the administrative computing system and Lucian. That system, if we were to renew it annually, do a contract every year, that would come in at 6%. They have offered to us, if you do a 5-year, we'll do it at 5% per year. So that's what we do with that contract. And that is ongoing. So what you see in the exception request for priority number 1 this year includes last year's or last biennium's increase because it wasn't ongoing. It was done as a one-time, plus the 5% for each year in the upcoming biennium. So that's why it's larger than what it was last biennium. Plus 5% on 5% would have been added in addition to that. But so that's what we have. Number 2 and number 3, yes, those are ongoing appropriations also. When we get to number 6, which is the large one for all of those, each specific line item within that exception request delineates if it's one time or ongoing.
Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thanks, Larry. Could you go back to what you just said on that priority 1 on including the previous biennium? And then is that amount incorporated, because that shouldn't, I'm sure, should that then move forward that amount, or should the amount moving forward be less that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson. So last year we brought forward an exception request. I think it was in the $244,000 range. That would have been the 5% per year of our current biennium, 21-22. That was funded as one time. It was not ongoing. So it wasn't added to our standard. So for this biennium, in order to pay the bill, I need that money from last biennium plus 5%. So that's why it's the $366,000. Because it wasn't an ongoing or in addition to our standard, we're asking for it again. It was a one-time appropriation last biennium.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Continue.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, we would like then to turn your attention to page 32. This is when we get into the college state aid, standard budget, and then onto the exception request. Like everyone in the state, state aid took quite a hit with step 2 and step 3 reductions. In the standard budget, it does show the almost 32.4 million reduction for the standard budget. And we do appreciate the governor's recommendation on that. If we
So
can,
while you're there on page 33, you're talking about from local funding sources from the one local 1 mill levy that you're anticipating a decrease of just in excess of $14 million is what you have there over the 21-22. But in beginning in October with the October Craig report, actually at least the Craig thinks that what we're looking at is an increase, not a decrease in property values based upon more current pricing of minerals and the way that affects particularly state assessed properties. So just wondering, is there an update, or do you really believe that there is a $14 million decrease in local revenues coming, or do you think it's been moderated by the more recent trend of energy prices and property values?
Mr. Chairman, and I'm again going to defer to Mr. Buckles because he has some more information from the administrative vice presidents from the colleges. But it had been reported to us, and we understand it's very consistent that the 4 mills that go to the colleges based on the counties where that occurs is down 13%. Now we may see.
But when, at what time frame? When did that happen? Because that's certainly not what I think we're seeing statewide. A year ago, we all thought that was the headed direction, but I don't think that's what we're expecting to see statewide now.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the data that we have, which is from the, well, it's from the county assessors, but certified by,
Board of Equalization.
yes, sir, Board of Equalization. Those numbers are for the current year, for our current period, our current fiscal period. We're down 13% for the 7 community college districts.
For the assessments that went out last fall, just last October, excuse me, August and September.
Yes,
You're
Mr.
down 14%. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, 13%.
13%. All right, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, we'll see that lag come forward, and we'll be able to provide that to you.
Okay,
once we see.
thanks.
The colleges do work on an annual budget structure, even though we have a biennial request.
Mr. Chairman.
Just hang on 1 second. We have, I think Kevin had something to add, and then we'll come back to you, Mr. Vice President.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. What was just discussed about what the current biennium is, that's true. But the futures, we do expect an increase. In fact, we set a record again this last time in the Craig. In fact, on page 27 of the Craig, you can read statewide assessed valuation for non-mineral property continues its consistent increase in calendar year 2020, setting a record high for the 11th consecutive year. So the Craig is more recent information than what they use to make their discussion about the 13 million. But we do anticipate a healthy increase in those property taxes for the upcoming biennium.
But, okay, thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah, question, because not all your revenues are generated by mill levy. Tax assessments also includes tuition. You anticipate tuition, at least what I'm reading is number of students is down a little bit. And what percentage of the budget does that account for with tuition versus the 4 or 5 mills?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, 1 second. And just every time you speak, I see President okay, she's out there shaking her head. She just can't hear you. And I
barely
noticed
hear
that
you.
yesterday when I was tuning in, we can't hear you, Mr. We hear most everybody else, but we can't hear you, Mr. Vice President. So anyway, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, the commission did raise tuition last year. There is a tuition policy for that to stay within a certain bound. So the commission did raise tuition. I will share with you at 10 years ago, Wyoming was one of the lower tuition rates, and right now we're the middle and actually getting more toward the top of the pack for tuition for community college students. When you look at the total, and I've got that in my talking points because I'm going to hit this pretty hard. The structure that was built by the state of Wyoming and is in House Bill 80, which is the allocation model, is the the idea that Wyoming put in place was 60% state aid, 20% local mills, that's the 4 mills and a little bit of motor vehicle, and then 20% tuition and fees. With the cuts and with the current standard that we're looking at, that has moved to 51% state aid. It is about 22% 4 mills. I would love it if they go up, and 27% on the students. So it has shifted to put a higher burden of the cost onto the students, which is a challenge because we do have the requirement to be as nearly as free as possible.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. Could you provide us with the data, what you're talking about tuitions for surrounding colleges and other community colleges so that we can see what you're referring to and see the hard numbers? I think that would be helpful.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Nicholas, absolutely. That is a part of the tuition workshop that we conduct every October,
Okay, thank
and
you.
it is prescribed by our tuition policy. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
Just one more request, Sandy. Some time ago, you provided me a memo showing what the options were for community colleges to raise revenue locally and which colleges had assessed, for instance, the one mill levy, and there's another mill that they can go out to the voters for and so forth. If you could update that table, I'd appreciate it. Also, if you know of any community colleges getting help out of the optional 1 cent now or in the recent past, I'd like to know that as well. And so then the question is where, when you have a community that a college board that assesses the 1 mill that they have the power to do and goes out to the voters for a mill, is that reflected here anywhere, or is that just extra for that community college above and beyond?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Senator Kinski, what I can tell you is, I think you all know, is that the colleges are required to assess 4 mills if they want to be able to receive state aid, including health insurance, retirement contributions. All of the colleges, and we have one college that is not assessing those 4 mills, and that's Gillette Community College District, right? It's building a college right now. So they're in that ramp up period is what I would say. All of the college boards have the ability to assess an additional mill. The 7 historic community colleges, all 7 of the colleges do assess that 1 mill. They use that for operations. Then the community colleges boards have the option to go to the voters for 5 mills. That's a tall ask. I think you all know that. That is a challenge when the community colleges do serve all 23 counties, and you only have 8 now taxing districts. We have 1 community college that has gone out for that additional mill, and that is Laramie County Community College. I want to recognize for a moment that Laramie County is also the only college that does not have a BOCES. The other community colleges, to varying degrees, really have strong partnerships with their BOCES to help, for example, with dual and concurrent enrollment. And Laramie County is the one that has, and my CFO is going to correct me really quickly.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Senator Kinski, the original or the must 4 mill is all that is included in anything that you see for us as far as revenue goes for the colleges. And that original 4 mills is all that goes into recapture redistribution across the system. The optional 1 additional mill that's assessed by the board is additional revenue just to the college, not to the system.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
in that memo, if you could include the BOCES as well, which all have those and to what purpose it goes. And so then help me to understand, I think the BOCES, you can have any number of BOCES if you so choose. It just has, you have to form it in partnership with the school district, and so the school district receives part of that funding. And that's only a half mill unless they go to the voters, they can get 2 mills. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, continue.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, if we can talk about the college state aid exception request that we have before you. We're going to talk about numbers 4, 5, and 10. And there's a little bit of detail on these particular items. So I'm going to do number 4, number 5, and then 10. But I need to give some context to sort of understand what's before you. You have 3 letters that we provided. These are public documents that are related to these 3 specific requests. One is from the commission to the governor regarding recalibration. That's item number 10. One is from the commission to the governor regarding exception requests 4 and 5. And one is a letter from the presidents to the commission as they were considering what to submit in the budget. One slightly different thing that you see in the budget, and I just want to mention this one because Mr. Buckles here recognized that we still were not very clean on what is unrestricted and restricted items. For example, health insurance, retirement contributions are all restricted funds that goes in the state aid. You see everything broken out now. So it's not just bundled together into one. We say part of it's restricted, part of it's unrestricted. You can see it very, very clearly in that. And I just wanted to mention Mr. Buckles for making that very clear for you. And embedded in that is the required cut that they took on the health insurance. It is embedded there, so to be assured. The majority of our rather large exception request comes in the state aid request. I just want to tell you that through the last process of the Sustainable Funding Work Group, our budget hearing prior, where you asked for some specificity, that's what we're providing for you here today. We had asked for clarity on how to seek state aid exception requests. We had received really contradictory information. The commission can't ask for it. The commission can't ask for it. It was very confusing. And actually in 2019, we did hold a special meeting before the callbacks and had the commission act on requests that came to you that had not been in the exceptions. And this is important because that is when you tasked us in January of 2020 of conducting the sustainable funding and also getting clarity from the Attorney General's office, which we did. We did seek the AG opinion on how we could make exception requests for college state aid. That AG opinion was rendered in April of 2020. It is public information, is on our commission website. We had that in our meeting in April of 2020, and we actually shared it with you at that time. The commission does not have the authority within the statutes to make exception requests for state aid for the colleges. Okay, well, that put us in a little bit of a challenge. How do we bring this forward to you? And you will see that we do have the letters from the governor asking him to do so, which is also what the AG opinion, informal opinion said, is you can't do it, but you can ask the governor to do it. And I also have to recognize our State Budget Department Director, Mr. Kevin Hibbard. He really worked with us on how to bring this forward to you, have it listed on the IBARs, and still keep the commission within their statutory limitations. And we were able to do that within the motion language. So Mr. Hibbard really helped us in this process. It is why you're able to see it. And if you would like, I can always provide you the motion language that the Attorney General helped us write so that when the commission took final action in August, on August 27th, they did that correctly, asking the governor to do that. And you see it illustrated here for really, I would say, very good transparency purposes. And a special thanks to Director Hibbard for helping us with that. So technically, the commission did not act on the exception request 4, 5, and 10. They acted to ask the governor to do that, which is why you see that in there. So it is an interesting dynamic, and we were able to work through and get the clarity that I think all of us were seeking to bring forward you this request today. So if we can go to page 34, let's start with exception request priority number 4. This is the college fixed costs for operations. This came out of our discussion. If the college budgets were so eroded, where is it? Where is this happening? And we've brought you a large amount of that for you to see. in numbers 4 and 5. So we really wanted to spell it out. This exception request is not all of the fixed costs. I want to be clear about that. These are the operational portions of the fixed costs. And to really put it very, very directly, this is paying the electricity. This is paying the water. It's flushing the toilets with the sewer. It is the insurance. It's those things that keep the institutions running. This is related to that topic that you all talked about, but we wanted to give you something very direct to see where this is happening for the colleges. And it was something you really asked us to come up with. Unlike the K-12 recalibration, it does not include an external cost adjustment as Representative Stith brought up. As such, this is an interesting dynamic for the colleges, is that the value of the dollar that the colleges have for fixed cost is set at the 2010 dollar value. So they're being tasked with paying their bills in 2021, 2022 with the value of the allocation at 2010 values. So Mr. Buckles really went to work with the administrative vice presidents and the colleges to find out, so what are their increases in fixed costs since 2010? So you have the numbers from 2010 to 2019. It was the last full picture that we could provide for you. I will mention that the colleges have made a lot of efficiencies. And we're really pleased to say that, because they've also added to their footprint. And what they've been able to do with the efficiencies, like the high efficiency lighting, the weatherproofing of the buildings, the new buildings being built with efficiencies in them. The colleges do have an increase in their fixed costs, but it's actually lower than inflation. And we're actually really pleased to share that with you. So they've been able to really be thoughtful and prudent with what they have done with the resources. But straight line, not inflation, actual dollars, 2010 to 2019, the increased cost for operations at the colleges is just over 21 million. Just for comparison, since I compared it to inflation, if you did an inflation adjusted number, that would be a little over 23 million. So it's actually lower than what would have been in inflation. And the colleges have done a great job on managing efficiencies in light of the allocation not reflecting an increase in just operational costs. And unfortunately, the governor did not recommend this exception request.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Kinsky.
Sandy, I don't understand your funding model. I know you don't just have a one block grant. You can do with it as you will. Is this fixed cost in a block such that if you receive some or all of that, it has to go to these fixed costs? It can't be spent on something else?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, that is within the model, the allocation model from House Bill 80. It's structured internal, that there is a portion of the college's budgets that they have to pay fixed costs. That would be what you see here. The amount of funds are for that purpose. Within that budget, it is not directly allocated that way. They do get it in a block unrestricted. But how they get that amount is based on what they have for fixed costs and what they have for variable costs. Everybody has to pay their water bill regardless of how many students walk in that door. They have to keep the lights on, but they may not have the same number of courses and course load and may have adjuncts on the variable side depending on enrollment. So it is calculated how it goes into the amount that the institution will receive. Once they receive it, we don't track the actual dollars, but money's fungible.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, Director Caldwell, the governor recommended denial of this $21 million exception request. What's your understanding of the governor's reasons, if you know, to your understanding for that?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Representative Stith, I don't speak for the governor. I just know that he's been very clear about a flat budget. And we did receive recommendations for many of our exception requests, including a partial for the next one.
Let's go to someone who does speak for the governor on occasion.
You hear the train coming? So, Mr. Chairman, for high-level reasons. Assessed value conversation that we just had about anticipated increase in revenue. This is an ongoing cost that would eclipse our structural amount that we've discussed before. We worked really hard to make sure that we didn't have ongoing budget requests approved. Now, the community colleges just discussed that they've enjoyed some of the money that we made ongoing for them in their budget. Compensation is a priority. You'll have the next exception request will be a discussion of that, and the governor's made a positive recommendation for compensation for the community colleges. And lastly, if you actually compare 21's budget when we started prior to COVID and all the way through the governor's recommendation, excluding the compensation, the community colleges impact their budget was 7.99%. The University of Wyoming's is 7.6%. We keep those close together and we monitor those. But 21 versus 23 through the governor's recommendation, excluding compensation, the community colleges experienced a 7.99% reduction.
Representative Larson?
So Dr. Caldwell, I've kind of been wrestled a little bit of this, of a number that you've thrown out, and I want to make sure that I'm tracking with you. You brought up this 60%, and in your explanation on this fixed aid, you say that in the current funding allocation, which accounts for approximately 60%. And what the question I'm going to get to is it your opinion that the state's, your understanding is the state's obligation is to fund 60%, and then you refer back to House Bill 80, which in the definition says that the standard budget base amounts means 194,702,000 yada yada, then followed up adjusted by all increases and decreases, which would lead me to believe that, okay, this is the ideal amount, but there's going to be fluctuations. So can you help me understand how you refer to this 60%? And is that kind of this point in time that you're hanging your hat on, or?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Representative Larson, the 60-20-20 was the framework that the legislature put into place. And when they moved forward in the model, that became the baseline, was the 60-20-20. We have that in multiple places. I can get that for you. It is the ideal. Having the exactness would be a challenge because there is fluctuation, and that's a reasonable thing. What we have been doing is, and we provided this to the joint appropriations, we've been showing how that has been changing over time with the standard budget before us. It puts it at 51% state aid, 22% mills. Of course, if mills go up, that's going to change that amount. Which is why it's not a precise science for sure. And the students at 27%. So I wouldn't say that I'm hanging my hat on it, Representative Larson. It is the framework designed by the state, but as one moves, another one has to change.
So then follow up, Mr. Chairman, if I may. So then, as you indicated, we're currently at 51, 22, and 27. Does that equate to the same amount? So the reduction in state aid, have you proportionally made that up in local meals and tuition, or is it less than or more than that 60%?
So the overall budget has gone down. I mean, there's no doubt about that. That has put pressure on the one area that we do have the ability, and that's on the tuition and fees. So that has increased, but the overall budget has still decreased. It would not make it affordable at all for the community college students if that were to be made up fully on tuition and fees, because we're getting pretty high on where we rank in the state, and I'll provide that for you.
Yeah, and so, Mr. Chairman, follow up, I guess that was going to be my follow-up question then, is how do we, on student tuition, how do we compare regionally even with our surrounding states?
And Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Representative Larson, I'll provide that for you. We do study that every October. There is a tuition workshop in which the commission does consider a tuition. They raised tuition last year. That went into effect this year. That's why you saw that percentage on the students rise. They did not take action in October to raise it. They kept it the same because they'd only had that tuition rate for 1 year. Really wanted, particularly in light of the student pressure amid the pandemic.
So, and I look forward to reading that, but can you kind of give us a
Spoiler
are we-
alert. Yeah, give us a spoiler alert on that one.
Yeah, what, are we higher or lower or about the same?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, in terms of tuition, I would say 10 years ago, we were one of the lowest, and now we are I believe we are slightly above the middle of the pack of the 13 that we.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I don't recall those numbers just off the top of my head as actually where we land.
We'll provide it.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, continue.
Let me see where I was. Okay, the next one is on page 34. This is priority number 5. This is the state aid salary adjustment. And before we dive into this one, I do want to acknowledge that the governor did recommend approximately $7 million in the fiscal profile on page 13 of the budget book. You heard Director Hibbard just talk about that. We were actually very grateful for that for the community colleges because it is such a critical time for them in terms of recruitment and talent retention overall. I do want to explain our numbers that are there and why they are there and where we think the recommendation from the governor comes up. What you see is 19.1 million requests for compensation from the colleges, but we did break it into 2 parts. And I think that's important to know. And I want to do each one of those so that it's a little bit clearer for you. We have the first one, which is the comparison to the MPP. You heard Director Bach talk about MPP. We use that same language, did the conversions at the colleges so that it would be comparable on your end to understand how that works. The second part would be based on the COLA increases. It is similar yet slightly different than what Director Bach talked about in terms of the enterprise, just because of the nature of the colleges. But we did use a similar base comparison and actually talked with Director Bach about that. Let's start with the MPP component because I think that's where we see that 7 million recommendation. We do have the request for 10.7 million, and I can share what a lot of what that difference is. Historically, the colleges have received 61.59%, with the colleges picking up the other 38.41%. That's based on when it's based on when we moved to the structure that we have, and they picked up the historical number, which is the 61.59. We, in our request, it includes the full amount rather than the 61.59. And the reason we did that is because the budget erosion has been so hard on the colleges over time. You've seen that. We've talked about it a lot already today. And we were looking at the 4 mil. We did look at this year, those certified numbers, 13% down. So then there isn't room on the 4 mil side and the optional 5th mil to pay for those salaries. And the challenge becomes in how to navigate that with the fluctuations that occur. And that's why we had that in there. So the distinction you see is the historical 61.59 that we are grateful for. And the reason we asked for the full amount is because of the state of the college budgets as we see right now. The second part of that is the COLA part of that. I'm sort of off on mine. The COLA part of that, much like the state, the colleges do have the challenge that when they're able to raise the base, how do they manage the compression that occurs within? So not on the raise side, but on the COLA side, this is how it was calculated. The number that you have there is 4%. You could easily divide that by 4 and you would have what that is on a 1% basis. So we did clearly separate those 2 components the MPP, and then what we would look at for a COLA. And again, the reason we brought that forward in the full amount has to do with the fact that the colleges are facing these erosion challenges. We are at, as just shared with Representative Larson, getting pretty far away from the 60-20-20, landing at the 51, 22, and 27 right now. So that was really the basis of that, and that is why you see that. And we recognize that the students are carrying a larger burden. The other thing that I also wanted to share, and it is in the narrative, but I wanted to make sure that we stated that we would request that should you consider any of either the 4 or 5, that and particularly 5, that's the compensation, that it be added to the allocation model rather than an adjunct to the model and paid out strictly as that. And the reason we ask that is because the colleges have had to manage this in very different ways. They've had to, some have had to manage that on the salary side, some have had to manage that on the operations side. We would suggest that just putting it in the allocation model, let the model do its work, and let the proportional share go to the colleges, and let them manage that. Given the colleges have to manage so many other things, we think it's best to provide the funding through the block grant and then allow the elected trustees who govern the colleges to find the best way to budget that based on how they've had to manage that in the past. So the calculations based on the compensation, how the individual colleges would manage that, we think the trustees are in the best position to do that based on what they've faced. And again, we are grateful for the recommendation for part of that funding from the governor.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
tell me what MPT is. Tell me what MP. is.
Midpoint pay. So it's the
MPP.
same. It's the same language that you heard from Director Bach. It has a slightly different terminology in post-secondary, but they mean the same thing. So we use the same language as the state so that you could see that number fits directly.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
So was
Market pay.
that done with a study similar to what the governor's office did? You commission an outside firm to look at your pay and look at the pay of other community colleges and the school districts and so forth around you, and identify whether you're at 80% of what they believe, or 70 or 90 or over. And who was that firm that did that, if you had a firm do that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, the commission did not do that, but the colleges do what are called compensation studies or a compensation analysis. We also have the data from the Chronicle of Higher Ed and the American Association of Community Colleges. So we can reference that very, very quickly. But the colleges are at varying stages of their compensation study, but we had the data available. So we didn't have to replicate what was already there.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So when I was mayor, I had departments that would do their own studies. And I decided to hire an outside firm to do it objectively for the entire city. Are you telling me that the community colleges have hired outside firms like the state has to conduct market surveys like the state has?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the answer is yes, and they
Alright.
have used different ones. The really great thing about community colleges is that we do have national level data and we can break it down by state. So we have the benefit of being able to use validated data that we don't have to recreate nor pay for at the commission level. So there's no exception request for that either.
Okay, go ahead. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering, when you're speaking about the.
Please, yeah, pull your mic closer so the good president on Zoom can hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering, when we're talking about student data and the percentage that they're paying and bearing more of the cost, how many of those students are on the Hathaway scholarship? If you could provide that information to us at a later date, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, we're happy to do that. We actually do have a Hathaway report, so we can get that information for you. Happy to do so. And members of the committee of the hearing aid brigade up here, it's not just Dr. Dale, both Larry and I. need a little technological assistance. Page 35 is an interesting exception request, and this is again one that that Director Hibbard helped us put on here. It is an exception request that we don't want. I just want to be very, very clear.
The exception request you don't want you're asking us to deny the exception request to decrease your budget by $4,263,000.
No, we're asking you to deny the
Yeah, I got
exception
that.
request that would reduce our budget by $4.2 million. And we are very appreciative of the governor's denial of this exception request. This is for transparency. This is based on the recalibration of the base period that we talked about. So this is the quadrennial, and it is in statute that the commission has to calculate that number. And in order for that to be seen, we put it on here so that you could see that. And then we subsequently asked the governor to not accept this exception request. And we are happy to say that he denied this. The colleges took a big hit in the step 2 and step 3 cuts, right? Reducing them another $4.2 million would again be devastating on top of that. So we would hope you would consider that as well for that one.
Go ahead, Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Hibbard, I'm a little confused on this denial request recommendation from the governor. So the first 2 requests were for additional funds totaling about 40 million. And then this request for an enrollment adjustment was to decrease the funding by 4.2, which the governor recommended denial. But on page 36, column 6, it looks like he actually approved their exception request for a reduction of 36 million. Could you clarify that for me, please?
Mr. Chairman, so the basics of it is the recalibration in statute is required to be asked by the colleges. So that was step 1. That has been completed. Governor's letter from the colleges to the governor to conclude the budget. That was the next step. And then the review of the actual exception request itself. So this exception request that's required by statute would reduce, or technically has already reduced, if you think in terms of statute, their budget by 4.2 million. So what the governor is saying is that we do not want to reduce their budget by the $4.2 million. So I believe the track through the system would be, we counted for the reduction, but we put it back in the tables. Hopefully that helps.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Yes, Representative Kenner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sandy, I'm wondering if on priority number 10, the state aid, the quadrennial recalibration, I'm just curious, is the enrollment decline, is it fairly constant across the state, or do we see some of the colleges with increases and some with decreases? I'm just curious how that all shakes out.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Representative Kenner, that is actually in our enrollment report, but it does vary. I will tell you that. We had just in this semester, one of the colleges that had been down is up. We saw a big impact from the CARES funds that were, for example, we had one college that looked to be down like 22%, and they actually came in without a reduced enrollment. It varies a lot by the college and where they are in the state and what's going on with their local economy.
Thank you. I'll take a look at that information.
We'll provide the enrollment report for you to make it a little bit easier to find. We have a lot of data and we'll make sure we get the right data to you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator.
Sandy, before we leave the funding question, let me circle back to a discussion that you and I had briefly about CTE funding, which is that there's evidence nationally that a CTE course can be 3 to 4 times what it costs for just a normal academic course where people are watching, learning about English 101. But the funding formula for our community colleges is typically something like a regular academic hour times 1.5, which is far short of covering those costs. And I've had my president tell me you actually lose money on some of these programs when you stand them up, which is not a good result when we're short of skilled labor. So I'd asked about whether there was an easy way to put some additional money into the CTE stream, perhaps bumping up that multiplier. And what I heard is, well, it's a fixed pie. If you bump the multiplier, the money just comes from somewhere else. So the question I asked is, where could we put additional funding that if you bumped that multiplier, it would not come at the cost of other programs? Have you given any thought to that? I know it got dropped in our discussion because you folks were looking at some other things, but I still have a hard time letting go of the idea that it costs a community college to set up skills-based training. And I'm really looking for a remedy there.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Senator Kinski, this is a constant conversation with us. What Senator Kinski is referencing is the levels of instruction, which is built into the allocation model, and you are correct. The multiplier starts with 1. That would be for your lecture courses, exactly as you referenced, English 1301, or whatever that number is. And from there, then you have the next level, level 2, that is 1.25. These were constricted. They were actually made less. That would be the high cost lab courses like biology, chemistry, physics, those types of things. And then you have level 3 of instruction. Those are those high cost, low enrollment programs, exactly what you're talking about. Our new power line technology at Western Wyoming Community College, for example, it falls in that. We also have an additional one that's at 0.8, and that is for online courses. They get a lower value, which is very interesting because online courses don't cost less. Sometimes they cost more, frankly. And the work that the colleges had to do, particularly in the pandemic, when you talk about taking a lab course that's a 1.25, it becomes an online course and they get paid less for doing it. Certainly puts them in the position where it doesn't, it certainly, the colleges teach the online courses because it's the right thing to do, but it certainly costs them to do so. So I want to mention that. In terms of your direct question, and that had to do with funding for CTE, we've been before this committee multiple times asking for programmatic funding for the colleges. We've done that. Wyoming Works was incredible start to that. We were very happy that we do have, the governor did restore the Wyoming Works funding. It is a portion of programmatic and a portion of that is for student grants. However, I will tell you that we're trying to look at that more holistically. There is a bill right now in joint education that is looking at endowment, in which a portion of it goes to programmatic funding and a portion of it then goes to state aid. See how that turns out in the legislature. And then we also, we do have request in the ARPA request, and we have that embedded with the Wyoming Innovations Partnership. So we're thinking more holistically about post-secondary education. And in that, we do have very specific CTE programs included. One of those that was recently granted through the governor's announcement was the power line technology at Western Wyoming Community College. So really proud of that. But it is the struggle, Senator Kinski, on how to do startup funds, right? The high cost to get them started. The colleges are using the consortium. We have the ability for the colleges to do the consortial work that came from the Wyoming Works bill. It's a challenge, and that is a part of what you see in the overall eroding budget is paying for operations. Then how do we look at finding the funding that's going to be most appropriate for programs in the area? The Wyoming Works showed us that if you have that ability, the colleges will respond. I mean, Northwest College CDL program has done fantastic, and that's with the lead institution in Laramie County.
All right, thank you. All right, continue.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we are on page 46. That concludes the college state aid. And
Quick question on page 44 on the contingent royalty bonus. I think that seems to be a relic of the past. We haven't had a COLA's bonus, I don't think, in contingency and the royalty bonus. Is that still viable, or is there still, you've got other funds? Do you really think that there are money that's going to come out of that?
Mr. Chairman, no,
I mean, should we just end up deleting that from the budget? I mean,
it's an item in
if it
there.
ever
We have to
comes back, we
populate it.
can put it back in.
Yeah, we have to populate it. I mean, it's no, the answer is
Okay.
no. It's
All
just it's an extra page for you to read.
There you go. We can save a bit of a tree. All right, thanks.
Extra 2 pages for you to read, in fact. Our next one is page 46. This is the standard budget for adult education. We'll not spend any time on that. We do have an exception request for adult education. This is exception request number 9 on page 48. And I just want to talk about this one briefly. Our adult education program in Wyoming is also one of the top ones in the country. I think we're number 7 right now, unless it went, it's number 7. I think it was number 8 last year. We moved up to number 7, which is really great. It shows the power of the collaboration in the state. That adult education program is at the community colleges. It's also with the Department of Correction and then one of the BOCES. So it's quite a collaborative effort. This is part of the WIOA block grant to the state. And it's that requirement for adult education. I want to be clear that this is not a clawback from the budget cuts, but because adult ed did take a haircut, and I have to, in full disclosure, make sure that you know that. Previously, the adult education block grant had been experiencing progressive reduction from the federal grant that we received. That then was lowering our maintenance of effort. And I want to be clear, it is maintenance of effort. It is not maintenance of equity. So it is a hard dollar comparison. We have learned that is reversed in the new administration. Those funds are going to be increasing in order to meet the needs of the most vulnerable population. This exception request is only to address the increase in the block grant subsequent and the subsequent MOE. That's what it is.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
A couple of things. First of all, Sandy, you need to talk a little slower because I'm
yes.
only getting about 3 out of 4 or 5 words. And so I don't want to miss anything that you say.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, apologies for that. I was looking at my watch.
Yeah,
I was
we
trying to
can't
be
worry about
cognizant.
that. I do have a question on page 37 on the college health insurance. So, and I just want to understand a little bit more about it. It looks like you have a calculated policy matrix or mix, how you come up with what you're asking for health insurance. And so do you do an actual assessment to see what your actual costs are and the actual numbers versus the numbers that you use in your mix?
Mr. Chairman, if I can defer to our CFO, Mr. Buckles, he can answer that very succinctly.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, we do the calculations for the need for health insurance the exact same way that the rest of the executive branch does it. We look at the actual policies that are being consumed at the institutions in April of every odd numbered year, the same as they do with the PAIL for the rest of the executive branch agencies. And so we ask for funding for the actual policy for the reimbursement that the colleges ask for from us for that specific month, and then extrapolate that out for the next biennial period.
And then my question is, those insurance policies, how often is it the same insurance policies that other state employees get, or are they different policies with different benefits?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, they are members of EGI.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I continue. Senator, Mr. Vice President.
Just a follow-up on that. Does the commission set the insurance policies and contribution between employer, employee? Or is that done by each college separately?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, that's done by the state policy. The colleges do the exact same thing. Being members of EGI, the colleges pay 82% of the premium, just like they do for every other member of EGI. The colleges pay the remaining. The employee pays the remaining portion of that insurance policy.
but it's one size standard for all college employees regardless, unlike what we do with our local K through 12 fund.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, unlike what they do at some of the
Thank
K-12
you.
districts.
Mr. Chair, one other follow-up.
Go ahead.
What it states here is that you're basically making this you're moving it to 206 versus 201, the net to zero transfer of the funds for insurance. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, that's right. In the past, the amount of the appropriation that was attributed, which went into a funding pool that the colleges could draw on to cover their portion of the increased retirement costs, which you remember back in 2010, you increased the rate from 11.25, you increased it by 2.44%. Part of that was paid for the first time in history, paid for by the employee, and then there was employer contributions added onto it. That 11.25% is part of the state aid block grant. So there's no additional appropriations ever for that. The increases since 2010 that have been implemented, there's been a separate appropriation given by the legislature to the commission to reimburse colleges for their portion of that increase to the retirement system. That's always been embedded within the state aid block grant. On the backside, in the accounting system, we separated it out, accounted for it separately. If there was a balance at the end of the biennium, we reverted it. So in an effort to just give everybody a little bit more transparency, we pulled that out, put it in its own unit. So it's no longer included in the state aid block grant. It's not embedded in there. It's a separate line item within the appropriation budget.
Okay, I think I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, continue.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, I did go through that adult education request very quickly. Would you like for me to repeat that?
I do have but I have a follow-up question. I'm going on down on page 41. And I'm looking at state aid appropriation. That said funds necessary for the college's share for both retirees' health insurance assessment and the increase to retirement contributions. So how much of the retirees' health insurance do you pay? And how do you similarly mirror what we did on the state side?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, it's that same 0.06%
Right.
of the salary amount of all college employees.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, continue.
Mr. Chairman, are we done with adult education? I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Then if we can move on to page 52, this is the Wyoming investment in nursing. Our standard budget is there. We are very pleased to see the governor's rec on that. Page 55, we do have an exception request for our WIN faculty. The WIN funding is subject, of course, to legislative appropriation, where the commission and college is required to cover those costs. The funding is provided in one appropriation that covers three distinct aspects. We'll only address the exception request because that's, I think, what's most important and relevant for you right now. We only have the faculty request in this one. During the last biennium, the colleges were not fully funded for the faculty request. That was discussed all through the biennium. We are pleased to share that we did just get.
Slow down a little bit.
Okay, again, slow down. Okay.
I hear better than most folks, so
I'm
just-
sorry, Representative, are you talking? Go ahead.
During the last biennial budget, the colleges were not fully funded for their faculty request. I am pleased to say that we did just receive that from the governor's office. So appreciation for him. In terms of this budget, we are going back and requesting that full amount for the faculty, but we also have 4 additional faculty before you. And I think everybody got to see this year that having nurses in our state is a really critical need. So 4 faculty will increase the student count to 32. So then within about 2 years, they'll take their NCLEX exams, and then we'll have those nurses added to our state load. This is based on the required 1-to-8 faculty student ratio. So just to make sure everybody knows that it is specified 8 students, additional faculty. That's why you see those. Let me tell you where those faculty are. 2 at Northwest College, 1 at Eastern Wyoming College, and 1 at Laramie County Community College. And I do want to mention that we do appreciate the governor's recommendation to support the WIN faculty funding, particularly given the dynamic that we're in right now.
Mr. Co-Chair, Sandy,
Right,
what's
Mr.
the
Co-Chair.
reason for giving one extra one to Northwest Community College as compared to the other colleges?
Mr. Chairman, I believe, Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Nicholas, I believe this was based on, there were the 2 at Northwest College. They had the capacity to add 2. That has to do with the current nursing program. Their director of nursing was really able to substantiate that need. They believe they can fill, they're going to have a waiting list even with 2 more.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question really here for Kevin. Would this $1 million be eligible for CARES money right here at the end of the CARES expenditure period and make it effective immediately for these colleges by using other funds within their college and whatnot? And if not, would this also be eligible for ARP dollars?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead. Kevin.
we're wrapping up CARES right now, and we've got a pretty good plan to where we're going to see that all of it gets spent, and there's a lot of moving parts on that, and I explained that a couple of days ago. So CARES, ship sailed. As far as ARPA, certainly on the revenue assistance, and then we would have to go through the process of saying, does this qualify for ARPA direct? And then naturally, our process now is in place. We're going to start having meetings with the local governments because the NEU situation with our consultant and also with the agencies. So something like this, I'll just put into the request and we'll get you an answer.
Thank you. Janine?
Mr. Chairman, and I would like to add to that because I think it's important for this conversation is there was also an additional healthcare request in the Wyoming Innovations Partnership. And we did receive funding for some of our healthcare programs. That includes expansion of CNA.
Slow down, please.
Expansion of CNA at Western, but it also includes an additional nursing faculty for Eastern. They have a night cohort that is in this request, but they do have the capacity to add a daytime cohort at Torrington. So we are looking at the combination of the funds, both what is in the budget as part of the standard budget for stability of a program and what might be opportunities for us to move forward on. So I just wanted to recognize that in addition to the nurse at Eastern and the CNAs at Western, there was also some programmatic funding for at Laramie County Community College. I believe there were 3 of those. I could be making that up. The ECHO program, I'm looking at Dr. Schaaf. Okay. Yes, that has to do, those are not nursing positions, but they are part of the technical components of the lab staff in hospitals and clinics. Page 58. Will not spend any additional time on this one. This is the overseas combat veteran tuition waiver. It's a recurring standard budget item. We don't have an exception request. And we do appreciate the governor's rec on the budget for that one. I will mention that is a fully funded. It took a haircut during the cuts, but based on the students that we're seeing right now, we believe it's fully funded. We will always keep an eye on this one to make sure you know. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, before we move to Wyoming Public TV, because we do have Wyoming Public TV an exception request, and I want to talk about compensation with them. We are wrapping up the commission component and the community college section. If agreeable, I would like to have the college presidents provide some points regarding their request. Dr. Devine is the president of the presidents. He has collected information from all of the presidents to share with you. We recognize the time constraints. And so we also have a president on Zoom as well. But if I may, if Dr. Devine could share some information, I would like to yield the mic to him.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Devine.
Thank you. And while they do that, I'd like to, if you could provide us some information, and you may have what, because I missed the first 10 minutes, but the number of student counts, how they've bounced back up from COVID, online practices in the colleges as a result of COVID, and how that's modified or changed your campus operations for efficiencies, or if they're back on campus, and just kind of give us a general update of your colleges. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman, Representative Nicholas, we can absolutely provide that. We have been keeping a very close track, including the impact, the long-term impact of the COVID CARES grants from the governor's office.
And yeah, I would appreciate that. And if you can even do it in writing to us, it would be useful. But also in that, if you could outline and break down all the various federal funds that you received as a result of COVID, direct or indirect, so
Yes,
that
sir.
we can get a picture
Yes, sir.
of where you landed. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we can do that. We actually provided that report to the joint education, so we have that available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Devine.
I believe Dr. Caldwell summed up the state of the commission and the state of the colleges quite well. I'm going to try to simply add a little bit of flesh to the bones and give you some examples. Our number 2 priority for the upcoming biennial session is some level of salary increase for our employees. I know you've heard much about this issue over the last couple of weeks, and you'll continue to. So I will forego any further comments on that and simply say thank you for your understanding and your efforts in addressing that issue. Our number 1 legislative priority in the upcoming biennium is the maintenance of sustainable funding. Now, I want to start off by saying, and I want to promise you that your colleges will take whatever level of funding you generously provide, and we will do our absolute best with that level of funding to serve our students and help them achieve their goals and realize their dreams. A few examples of where we stand after several years of budget reductions. In short, in almost every case, for each new program that needs to be started, an existing viable program has to be reduced or eliminated. I can assure you there are no more vacant positions. There are no more inviable or severely struggling programs that we can close. In short, that low-hanging fruit has long been harvested. So when one of our presidents was contacted here very recently by a local industry partner and asked to double the size of their respective program, as they needed dozens of new hires immediately, and that need will extend into the next couple of years, in order to immediately respond to that community need, that president will need to make sacrifices in other programs. In short, we're sacrificing one set of students or the experience of one set of students for another. Speaking of sacrifices, I want to provide just a few brief examples of some of the actual sacrifices that our campuses, either one or multiple, have experienced in the last couple of years. Elimination of student health services on campus. Decreased numbers of recruiters and student advisors, academic advisors. Reduction in library hours. Elimination of career service counseling. Elimination of professional development for faculty and staff. Elimination of student mental health services. The point I just wanted to leave you with is we truly have taken the low-hanging fruit out of our budgets. At this point, addressing new issues really does come down to making reductions in existing programs and existing services that we deem necessary. As I wrap up, I hope I provided an adequate glimpse into the current operational level of our institutions, but most importantly, I do hope I've adequately relayed our gratitude for your support for our colleges. We would not and have not been able to serve the state's needs without your longstanding and generous support. In order to adequately address the new challenges that are going to face us, and specifically Wyoming's workforce and citizenry, We ask for your continued support in finding a more sustainable funding solution for Wyoming's community colleges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vine. Any questions for President Devine? The President's question. Thank you. Thank you, Darren. Good to see you. Did you have someone else who wanted to address us? We had another president?
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, the other presidents are here. If you would like, we were recognizing time and heard appreciation for our brevity. But of course, the community college presidents are here. And if anybody has a question for them, I would, only they can really tell what it's like on their campuses.
Yeah, we still have Wyoming Public Television, yes.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, if there are other presidents that want to speak, kind of for now or whatever holds your peace, if you can say something that we haven't already heard, we would love to hear from you. I mean, that's so that's my thought on it.
That's fine. If there's someone else, this is your one chance if something hasn't been said. But we, okay,
Mr. Chairman,
going once.
it's always dangerous to give a college president a microphone, but I am happy to do so. We also have a couple of them online.
So I don't see anybody. So anyway,
It's off.
so anyway, it looks like the young pup has something to say anyway.
Dr. Schaefer.
The young pup of college presidents. So good to see you. Welcome.
Oh, there it is, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the committee. My name is Joe Schaefer. I'm the president of Laramie County Community College, and I couldn't help but rise to the offer. I don't want to belabor things. I do want to offer a couple of clarifying points or maybe some additional information. Without a doubt, the issue that the colleges face right now could be summed up in the simple term of workforce, and that's for three reasons. One, the workforce demands that we're starting to see emerge as our communities try to recover post-pandemic and think about Wyoming's future is putting new pressures on the community colleges to respond here in Southeast Wyoming and Laramie County. That's expanding healthcare options, that's expanding manufacturing, that's expanding information technology programs. And there's a constant and continued opportunity, but also an expectation that we respond. Unfortunately, the tight labor market is also one of the biggest challenges we face in recruiting and retaining students. We are losing male students specifically at rates we haven't seen before. And a lot of that is the draw to the increasing wages and demand, specifically in the service sector, but in a few other areas. And so in some ways, we're closing off the very pipeline of our future graduates for those higher paying jobs that we want to define Wyoming's future. And then I'll say the third workforce thing is our own talent. Without a doubt, the ability for us to recruit and retain talent is probably the thing that keeps me up at night. We are losing top prospects when we offer positions. We are not keeping individuals who are seeking other opportunities. And we simply just have to address the compensation perspective if we want to keep Wyoming's government working. So just to put it into perspective, because we hear this debate a lot, from basically September to September in the United States, private sector wages increased 4.6%. In that same time frame, state and local wages increased 2.3%. So I know there's this debate that public sector is outpacing private sector isn't adjusting. The reality is we're losing candidates, we're losing current employees to private sector and public sector in other areas. At LCCC, to Senator Kinski's question, about 5 years ago, we implemented a very comprehensive compensation analysis, wanting to move to a market-based system for compensation. And we engaged a couple of groups, one out of Florida called Evergreen and one called Coupa HR, which provides university and college statistics to help us build a market-based model. We had a 5-year implementation plan. We got about 3 years into that, have not been able to sustain the market adjustments the way we want. That's just to get employees to their market comparators. 50th percentile is what we use. The midpoint pay, MPP is the language here. At the same time, we have not adjusted those scales for inflationary pressures. And regardless of what we're seeing now, even over the past few years, we have been seeing inflationary pressures. So we have sort of a double whammy happening with our employees. We don't have the ability to keep pace with market changes that are happening right now, and we haven't adjusted for inflationary pressures. So as I've shared before, well, we did our best to take our budget reductions. We did our best to look at our personnel to reduce those positions and programs. We've got people here that are still very much committed to Wyoming. They're very much committed to the work of the community colleges. We have to take care of them. And I can tell you the pressure that's pulling them away from us is incredible. So those are the things that I feel like if we don't address, we won't be able to continue to provide Wyoming's future workforce. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving us the opportunity to share a few remarks.
Thank you, President Schiff. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, so if I.
Go ahead,
may, Joe,
Senator.
so if I understand it, you do a market-based survey, you establish the salary scale, assuming you're able to get people to market, and then within the 5 years before your next survey, you're making COLA adjustments so you don't get too far out of market, and then you do another survey at year 5. That would be the ordinary practice if you had the funding. Is that the methodology?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, yes, we try to keep every 3 years, we actually look at the market and see how the market has changed. But then every year we're trying to adjust for any type of inflationary pressures. And so every employee classification for us based on the defined market, some are national markets, some are regional, some are local, will have salary scales based on that market. Those scales have to change as inflation impacts them. So we actually have to do both a market analysis to see if, for example, our technicians in the physical plant are keeping pace with changes in that market, but then across all classifications, we have to make sure we're keeping up with current inflationary adjustments to ensure that the bands are still relevant.
And Mr. Chairman, one more.
Okay.
I've heard it said that perhaps the greatest competition for the community colleges is the local school district, that you compare those pay scales, that there's a big difference there. Is that the case in your experience?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, I would say that for us, local government, state government, and school districts are probably the most competitive. The school districts, good, bad, or indifferent, because they've had the ability to make adjustments even through some of the challenging times for the community colleges, have allowed a lot of those service positions, professional positions to rise, as well as the instructional ones, which make the appeal to pull folks from us to them pretty significant.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
just to follow up, given the trajectory where we're at and the nature, we're seeing inflation skyrocket, it's going to make it more competitive. We have 11 million jobs out there that can't be filled or won't be filled. So if the model that we're currently following isn't working as far as retaining and recruiting, is it time that we start looking at a different alternative as to how we do structure with the faculty, and what would that look like? I face the same thing. I run a local governmental agency, and we've had to get very creative with how we fund our own staff. And so are we looking at those other alternatives, or are we just looking at the same scenario of, so where are we headed with this, I guess, is do we have a direction or a vision? Are we going to partner with private corporations or entities, other divisions of government, the federal government, local government, school districts on shared positions? Or is there other opportunities out there that we need to spend more time exploring to be able to attract and retain qualified faculty and staff?
Good, President.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I don't know that I'm qualified or capable of answering that in any comprehensive nature. What I will tell you is I believe the colleges are all examining every option that they have to create an employment structure that would be more attractive. Non-compensation benefits, the way we do leave, I think flexible work will be one of those pieces that will play into that. What I can tell you, what used to differentiate at least the folks at Laramie County Community College was the benefit structure. And what we're seeing, especially the state to the south of us, that wages are driving a lot of the conversation for whether or not an employee will come to us or stay there. And so I do think that wages specifically are still the piece that seem to be driving a lot of this. And with regard to whether or not we need to completely rethink that structure, I don't know. I just know that the population of talent is going to be shrinking for time. And we have to, the state, and I would say the colleges have to think creatively about how we get the best talent here. And when we get them here, we keep them here. There's probably other things we can do. I would say your HR offices are doing their best to identify those, but wages are still driving the ship right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to further expand upon that so that we can get a little bit context for a couple more of the colleges. Related to the question on competing for the local market, I want to share that that is pronounced in a couple of our locations, and up in the northern part of the state, that's certainly true. And continues to be true. So Dr. Walt Tribely experiences that in Sheridan County with comparison to the salaries of the Key 12 system. The same is true in Campbell County. So it is more pronounced in some areas. So I wanted to mention that. In terms of Senator Hicks's question around rethinking things, the answer is yes, and that's actually in our attainment plan, but it's more directly in the innovations partnership. So I think that's important to recognize. Dr. Dale is on, and Western Wyoming Community College has done some really amazing things with their industry partners, including using some of those employees as part of their teaching staff. So those two that are on Zoom actually can provide really direct examples of the comparison pay with the school districts and the local employers, because it is very pronounced in the northern part of the state. And I think Dr. Dale could probably do a fantastic job of telling us a little bit about how they've done some really unique things related to their faculty staffing and their program development. So if you'd like to further expand, I would be happy to turn it over to those two presidents, maybe Dr. Tribely first to answer the question on comparative pay, and then to Dr. Dale on some of the things she's doing with the Toronto Mines.
Mr. Co-Chair, I have a follow-up with the.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
So could you just give a breakdown of COVID impacts and how you operated classes and how you worked through the last 18 months? I'm just curious what campus life was like, if you were still having classes or if you were requiring masks, if you went online, just the process, and any other assistance that you received that is outside of what we're directing towards you through the federal aid packages.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Nicholas. Last year, I would say was sort of a mixed bag. What I tell people is we shifted from being a predominantly face-to-face campus to a predominantly online campus, which means we shifted from maybe having 25, 30% of our courses online to having about 70% of our courses online. We still preserved face-to-face opportunities. In fact, we required face-to-face opportunities for healthcare, career and tech ed, the things that needed to be hands-on so we could continue to keep that workforce pipeline producing. I would say we are far more normal than what I think people expect here in Wyoming this year. So students in the residence halls, people on campus, we have asked and required employees to wear masks until we either hit a vaccination threshold or until the transmission risk by the CDC and the community drops to where we could do that. Have had, really knock on wood, great compliance with that. People really trying to take care of each other. And so as a result, I think we have one active case of COVID-19 associated with the campus right now, the employees and students that are on campus. So in many ways, back to normal, what I would share is we learned quite a bit through COVID. So we have far more hybrid courses. We are using a model called HighFlex that actually allows some of our courses, a student can choose whether they want to show up in class that day or whether they want to be synchronous and watch it online or whether they want to see the recording later. Our IT programs are building out that way, and that's produced some unique flexibility. But if you were to walk across campus, especially this past weekend, it would feel very, very similar outside of a few masks here and there. And, some changes with protocols, it would feel like a typical session. So I think we're on the right path. Honestly, our big lift is reconvincing mom and dad, reconvincing students to come to Wyoming, to come to college, come to LCCC and keep them engaged. And then convince them that long-term investment is probably going to pay greater dividends than that short-term pay bump that they got at Chick-fil-A or wherever it is. With regard to other assistance, So higher education, and I'm sure that that Dr. Caldwell and Mr. Buckholz could provide a comprehensive picture. We did receive direct assistance through the three COVID-related federal acts. Those came in the form of CARES, CRISA, and then ARPA. Half of the money that we received underneath what's called the Higher Education Emergency Relief Funds had to go out to students in terms of emergency student grants. So a big lift for us was just distributing those funds to students who had an identifiable need. The other half was to be utilized for a variety of things, far more restricted early on in CARES than perhaps in ARPA. The way I like to tell people is CARES for us allowed us to pivot specifically with technology to keep the ship running. CRISA for us allowed us to plug the holes that came available as the ship was kind of motoring along because of our ability to do some revenue replacement and things like that. ARPA for us has allowed us, similar to what you're doing with the state's approach to this, to be a little bit more strategic in how we use that to help us post-recovery. And for us, some of that is going to be for program startup or changes or modifications. I will share just one caveat with all of those things. Those are all one-time dollars. And our pressure is not one-time spending right now. Our pressure is ongoing spending, specifically with our human resources to keep things going. So there's great strategic opportunity we've received. I think the colleges have managed that well. And I think we can do some things strategically with that, but then eventually we have to keep the ship moving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Caldwell.
Yes, go ahead. Who's speaking?
This is Dr. Tribally up in northern Wyoming. I'm sorry.
Sure, go ahead, President Tribally.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some examples that Dr. Caldwell asked for. Just generally looking at salary scales. If we compare Sheridan County School District 2, a person coming out of University of Wyoming with a master's degree in social studies, social science would start at $52,200. That same person would start at $40,696 at the current, with our current salary schedule at the district. A custodian would start $13.65 per hour at the school district and $12.75 at our district. Technology support, $19.35 at the school district, $16.39 here. And certainly we need our school teachers to be well paid. And so the answer isn't taking away from them. I would be remiss to say that attracting and retaining faculty that come from industry sectors where they can make 70, 80, 90,000 a year coming into this in this kind of system is a challenge. And we have lost faculty potential hires, and we certainly have lost the ability to retain them. A lot of this we're looking at and trying to make adjustments, but the answer isn't to pay, that next new faculty member twice as much as the 100 you have already at low pay. That creates an untenable human resources problem.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, may I speak, please?
Sure, go ahead, President Gale.
Thank you very much. A couple of things just to add on to what my colleagues have shared. The school districts are definitely a competitor for the community colleges, but also those jobs can be very different. And in many cases, we are looking for that expertise in current tech ed and maybe a PhD in certain areas. So it's a factor involved, especially when the faculty are looking around the community and they may even have a spouse working for the school district. And it's a point of contention with a lot of our faculty in that regard. So that's one consideration. I wanted to share with you an example at Western. To Dr. Tribely's point, we've had an industrial maintenance position open for months and months. And that's a full-time faculty position. Very hard to lure some of those folks away to teach, and probably take even up to a 50% pay cut if you're looking at the Trona mines and some of the other plant operations. In looking forward to our new power line program, where we're having the most luck is oncoming retirees from the industry. her looking for not wanting to climb a pole anymore, wanting to look for self-actualization. How can I give back? Oftentimes, that's who we're looking for in those career and tech ed positions. And we've had some real luck at Western with our Southwest Wyoming Manufacturing Partnership. We recently hired a full-time plant operations faculty member who fortunately could afford to become a teacher, wanted to become a teacher, a female in the field, which is great, but has supplementary income as well to allow her to do that. So, so that's just a little bit of a snapshot. And then to Senator Kinsky's question earlier, I wanted to share that Western has just completed a compensation study. And part of our challenge that's already been mentioned, we're looking at getting employees to the 50th percentile, where our faculty and our staff have not had raises for years. That's going to be a challenge, as well as then that compression issue with who's been in the position for years and years. You hire somebody new, they're maybe making more. And to the broader challenge, the sustainable funding, how do we budget for that in the long term is the biggest question, because those salaries will continue to need to be increased to remain competitive. So just a couple of extra things from Western, and thank you very much for your time and your support today.
Thank you, President. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have a couple more presidents here. I do want to introduce
Sure.
our newest president in the state, in the state of Wyoming, our community colleges, and I'd like to give her just a moment to introduce herself to the Joint Appropriations Committee, if I may.
Sure, let's go ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's a pleasure to be here with you today, and it's been interesting to listen to the testimony and listen to the budget request. My name is Janelle Oberlander. I am a Wyoming native. I was born in Lovell, across the mountain, but I was raised in Gillette, so it's my pleasure to be back in my hometown doing the work that I love. Many people have asked me if I have my doctorate. I am submitting my last chapter for my doctorate later this afternoon when I get home, so I'm nearing the completion of that process, and it's been quite the journey. And it's been a lot of fun, but I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to stand up the newest community college district in the state of Wyoming with a phenomenal board of trustees that were elected in August. We certainly are making really good progress for having 4 months worth of work behind us. We have a ways to go, and I know that the community is behind us and they're anxious for us to be able to start making those decisions locally, but we're very pleased to continue our partnership with the Northern Wyoming Community College District. We're working through the mediation process. We're working through what it looks like to bring staff across to the new district. And certainly we're looking at what it means to both our budget and certainly the Northern Wyoming Community College District budget. And at the heart and at the center of what we do are our students, because it's our students who will drive the workforce of this great state of Wyoming. The economy is changing and we have to be responsive. And everything you've heard today is directed directly at us being able to stand up a strong economy. We drive the workforce. I've spent my career in two-year education, and that's what we do. We drive and we train the workforce of our great state of Wyoming. So I look forward to learning more about this process. I'm drinking from a fire hose. I think 2 fire hoses right now, but I have great mentors standing beside me, and I have no doubt Gillette College and the Gillette College Community District is going to be the 8th successful community college district in the great state of Wyoming. Thank you for your time.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Welcome. Dr. Oberlander. All right, anything else? Yes, go ahead. One
Chairman?
more.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for just a moment here. I just want to provide a few examples. People, I know it's hard to get the head around of like what's really happening on the campus. So just to give a feel and to kind of reiterate a little bit what Dr. Devine said in terms of kind of having already picked the low-lying fruit. So it's very, very true. Last year we had furloughs because there wasn't, everything else is so critical to cut. When you're down to a 1-person theater program and 1-person music program, it's not much more trimming you can do. So, and in terms of the difference between K-12 and our salaries, my wife works in the local school district, and there's about a $7,000 difference for a comparative position. So if you're going to start with a master's degree with us, you get $42,000 as a professor. And I'm sorry, but that's really, really sad and just not competitive nationally. So we've had and trying to respond to the market, we've gotten a lot of press for our meats program. There's a lot of excitement, local meats, local meat processing, craft meat. And we've stood up this program, but we've had 3, if not 4 failed searches. So we just finally got another person. And then when they were doing the reference checkings, they said they got talked out of it. One of the person doing the reference checking said, I can pay you better than that. That's ridiculous. This person doesn't have a master's degree, so it's some $30-something thousand. And we're trying to really do something in the state of Wyoming, and that just doesn't cut it. It's just not competitive. It's really just so frustrating when you say, well, let's find somebody off the street and try to train them. Well, that's not a solution really. And then in terms of the trade-offs that we have to make that Dr. Schaefer mentioned, so we have a bachelor's program and we're grateful for the funding we have. I really like Dr. Devine's point of being grateful. So we're not ungrateful. We're just trying to figure this out together as a state. But so we pushed hard on the Bachelor's of Applied Science. We have about 130 new students there serving people's needs. But the person who runs that program runs cosmetology as well. So we've gained all the efficiencies we can, and we haven't done barbering because something has to give. So what's more important, the BAS or barbering? And we say, we just can't do it as much as we have industry demand for that. And so just get a sense of kind of the cuts we've made. We've cut 3 custodial staff. And there's a way that you measure cleanliness on your campus. It's the APPL standard. And now we change our trash cans less frequently, and we've dropped down to adequate cleanliness. So it's that kind of thing. We've cut library staff down from 4 to 1.5. And so the librarian also is ahead. We told her that she has to train for technology. So saying you're a librarian, but you're also doing training in that same space because you got to kind of watch the books. And I have a whole other list of things that we've cut. Disabilities coordinator, we have a backlog for counseling. It's just all very, very real. And so I just want to let you know that we're not just fluffing our numbers, and the low lying fruit has indeed been cut. And I could go on, but I know your time is scarce, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead,
and we do have 2 more presidents, and they wanted me to share ditto. That this is a consistent across the colleges. So I wanted to let you know that. Thank you for giving the presidents an opportunity to speak. We are to the last section of our budget. So if we can proceed with that. I do want to ask that the Wyoming Public TV General Manager, Executive Director, Terry Dugas, come up if he would. We do have an exception request in their budget. However, before we get to that one, I do want to ask the committee to consider adding a compensation. I mentioned this in my opening remarks. In the compensation, the college's budget is separate. The agency's budget is separate, but so is Wyoming Public TV. And we realized that this was not included in that request. It would be separate. They are 100% funded out of the general fund in Mr. Dugas' budget. So we would just ask the committee to consider adding $136,959. That's 136,959 to the governor's compensation adjustment on page 13 of his profile. We did work with a budget office, the state budget department, and I did visit with Director Hibbard as well to make sure we were bringing this with clarity. That was an error on our part to have not received that number from Central, for us to not have it in that separate along with the college list, knowing that the state agency happens in the executive branch. So I just wanted to request that and make sure that I own that for you today. And then Wyoming Public
Just one
TV.
sec. So Don, would you make sure you've got that number on when we work the budget?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Ken.
we'll also delineate that in the governor's letter that you expect to see on compensation. So it'll be there.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Continue.
And thank you, Director Hibbard, as well. Wyoming Public TV, as you know, is within the commission, but it is the fiscal agent through Central. It does fit in the commission, and I mentioned that. We're very, very happy to have that because it does work for our educated citizenry. Pages 60 through 69 are where you're going to find the Wyoming Public TV budget. And the exception request, they have one, priority one is found on pages 64 and 65 of the budget. This exception request is directly related to the legislature. And this one was recommended denial by the governor. And if I may, I would like to have Mr. Dugas talk about Wyoming Public TV.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee. I am Terry Dugas, General Manager of Wyoming PBS. I know you're ready for a bio break, so I will be brief. You each should have received both electronically and in print a copy of the Wyoming PBS report to the governor, which we are required to submit by statute. I hope that annual report explains both what our mission of service is to the state and also helps explain that we have been good stewards of the state's investment in Wyoming PBS. And that is our justification for our standard budget. So I won't talk about that. I will mention very briefly on page 64, a budget exception request. And this came about in an odd manner. In the summer, in order to meet the required reduction in Wyoming PBS's budget, we had to lay off 4 individuals. These were not ghost positions, these were people. And 2 of those people were in our production department. It's useful to note at this point that the state of Wyoming doesn't pay for programming. That's paid for by our foundation. And I do want to acknowledge the executive director of the Wyoming PBS Foundation, Joanna Kale. She's in the back with us. She's done an outstanding job of raising funds, which we use to pay for programs. What our state aid pays for are people, bodies, with a little bit for engineering. So I have 4 less bodies at Wyoming PBS. In May, the LSO reached out to us and basically said, these live streams of the legislative hearings are popular, they're well received. We want you to do 50% more than you did in 2019. I told them no. I just laid off 2 people in the production department. I was going to be lucky to be able to meet the commitment that we had made in 2019. But internally, we discussed this and we realized that this is such an important part of our mission of service to the state. We had a very rare opportunity. Wyoming PBS does not receive any CARES funding funneled through the state. Instead, we received direct CARES appropriation. And so we decided to use some of our CARES funds to fund a position for 1 year. I've submitted a budget exception request to fund that position for an additional 2 years. I could have increased my standard budget to cover this, but frankly, I just wanted to be transparent what this money was going to be used for. It was denied, as frankly, we expected it to be denied because it is a clawback. We accept the reality of that. And so I did want to take a moment to explain why this staff increase came through as an exception request and what that money would be used for. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Probably not.
Once again, I have beaten them into submission. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Thank you. Sandy, I think that takes us, we got anything else? Have we got standard budget on the Wyoming Public Television Council? Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee, the only thing that I will point out is that there is I believe a $7,000 appropriation for the Wyoming PTV Advisory Council. That advisory council has been put on the governor's recommendation to be disbanded. That will appear before the legislature as a bill coming from, I believe, the LSO and the Management Audit Committee. That was done because the conditions under which that council was formed over a decade ago simply don't exist anymore. And we have struggled even getting members appointed to the council. And so should that committee be dissolved, we'll save the state of Wyoming $7,000.
Representative Stith?
Mr. Chairman, I just had a question about how many employees you do have. I just didn't see, for some reason on the budget, I didn't see the 100 series. I couldn't tell how many positions you do have.
Right now, we have 19.5 FTE. Oh, and Director Caldwell reminded me that the recommendation to sunset the advisory council was made through Wyoming PBS and approved by the commission and the commission board.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you.
to follow up on Representative Stiff's question.
Sure, go ahead, Kevin.
The public television pays through the 600 series, not the 100 series. So they have employees on their side. That's why we missed the calculation for their salaries when we ran our estimates and why we're requesting to fix that.
Thank you. Anything else, members? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman, Co-Chairman, members of the committee. That does conclude our budget discussion. Thank you very
All
much
right.
for having us today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Why don't we, I have 10:45. Why don't we recess until 11 o'clock? Go ahead. With what we have generally been doing is, thanks for turning on my mic. I forgot to do that. What we've been generally doing is mostly focusing on exception requests, but I think we found it well if we kind of go through your budget book, we can hit the various sections. If there's anything about any of the various units or divisions that you want to share with us, we're happy to hear it. And then, like I say, mostly focusing on exception requests and those types of things. So with that, President, we're welcome to you and your team, and let's go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few remarks I'd like to make just to open up the session, if that's all right, and then I'll introduce my team. So the first thing, of course, thank you for your time today. We're prepared and we have a full team here to be able to go into anything you'd like to discuss. But the first thing I really want to say is that I firmly believe, and I would say this is why I came here, and I hope we can all agree that the University of Wyoming is one of the most important institutions to support the future prosperity of the state of Wyoming. And I work on this every single day, and this is what I think about every day. So we educate our citizens, we prepare the future workforce, we support and grow the economy, and that is my background, and I focus a lot on how we can position the University of Wyoming to better support the growth of the economy of the state. So in spite of financial challenges, and we'll get into that, I would like to sound some optimistic notes about the future of the university and our ability to impact the state based on a lot of things that we've been working on in the last year and a half since I got here. And I would say even in part because of the situation we find ourselves in terms of the financial situation of the state, I've worked hard with my team to propose some bold actions in terms of reorganizing the university and new structures that I'll come to in a few minutes that I think will better position the university to help the state move forward. I have a number of goals for the university, and to think about this in the context of a rapidly changing landscape of higher education. It is, I would say, unusual. Academia tends to move slowly. Academia is moving much faster these days to think about how academic institutions can play roles to educate our students in a very rapidly changing era of computing and big data and so on, and the way that's impacting society. So we've thought a lot about that. And I have three major goals that I want to remind you of. So the first one is about making sure that we impact our students as best we can to educate more students as we, in part through our partnerships with community colleges. We'll talk a little bit about that, but to think about improving student success and their ability to themselves impact the state when they graduate. And part of that is our attempt to lay the foundations for helping to grow the economy. Another part of this is that we have to be very competitive to have our students. If students go anywhere, they can go anywhere. They can go to Colorado, they can go to Utah, they can go across the country. And so we have to make sure that we are providing competitive offerings for them. And that requires us to rethink a lot of things. It's not only in agriculture or science and engineering, which is are areas that we have focused on, but of course also arts, humanities, and social sciences, which our employers who recruit our students tell us they want our students to have those critical skills. And so we, as both a land grant and a flagship university, have to really make sure we cover the whole gamut. So that's number one, enhancing student success. Number two, enhancing institutional excellence. And this is very important for us. We're in a competitive market, recruiting faculty from across the country and across the world. So we have to make programs as strong as possible given the state resources that we have. And that's, of course, what we've worked on in the last year. In spite of budget cuts, we've worked hard to reposition ourselves. But then secondly, and just as importantly, perhaps more importantly in the face of the situation we're in, diversify our revenue sources. So we have some exception requests today that are along the lines of supporting our ability to raise additional funds from federal sources, for example, NSF, Department of Energy, and National Institutes of Health, and so on. That's going to be important for us to diversify the revenue sources. So one of my goals is to grow revenue sources that come from outside the state. I think that's essential for us. Another way of doing that is through corporate partnerships. And we'll be focusing more on growing those kinds of relationships, both for our students to have internships, but also for funding streams that companies can provide to support some of our operations and so on. And then, of course, philanthropic sources. So these are all about enhancing institutional excellence. The third major goal I have is enhancing our impact on the state of Wyoming. And that means moving Wyoming forward as an institution. So really being purposeful about programs that we think are important to support different market sectors of the state of Wyoming, for example, agriculture or hospitality and tourism and others, as well as energy. And we have representatives from our entire group here that can support discussion on all these topics. But we can't do it alone. And that's why we focused very, very much in the last year of partnering with community colleges, with companies and with communities to enhance the impact we can have on the state. Now, I think about this in terms of existing economies of the state. For example, I just mentioned agriculture and tourism and energy, but also new ones around entrepreneurship to support and grow the economy from the ground up, supporting more training and doing this with the community colleges and also the digital future that we have. We have to keep our talent in the state. So we're proud of our graduates. About 70% of them, they'll leave the state when they graduate. So that's not a good trend. And so we have to provide more opportunities for our students to stay in this state. So that's part of our goal of impacting the state. So how do we achieve these three major goals is the next question I'll take a minute on. So again, I have three major points. The first one is we've undertaken an exercise in the last year through the budget deficit that we're facing as a state that relate to budget cuts to the university. So rather than just cutting the budget, we said, let's reorganize ourselves for the most efficient use of the funds that we've got. Everything we've done in this process, which is approved by the Board of Trustees last month, is to make UW stronger with what we've got, to be more competitive for students and to raise revenue streams. And we can happy to talk about this as we go through the exception requests and so on, how we're aiming to do that. To bring together our strengths, for example, in physical sciences, we're investing in the College of Engineering by moving physical sciences into the engineering college. They go together well, they make stronger research units around engineering and train our students well. Students overwhelmingly have supported the reorganization proposals and so on. So anyway, that is an important part of what we're trying to do around our restructuring to make us stronger, and that this comes to tier one engineering and also thinks about, looks at investing life sciences into agriculture. Again, bringing the life sciences and agriculture. There are a lot of units that can work together more effectively that way. And then related to this, the College of Arts and Sciences then has units in arts, humanities, and social sciences that can then focus on being the best that they can be. And so those are among the reasons why we have worked on the restructuring. We have the provost here who can talk about that in more detail. So that's number one in terms of how we achieve this, is the restructuring. Secondly, creating new programs. So universities need to constantly be reinventing themselves. And so we have proposed a statewide program around entrepreneurship and innovation. And we have Steve Farkas here to talk about that. That's also in collaboration with the community colleges. The Wyoming Outdoor Recreation and Tourism and Hospitality Program, again, a new program aimed at supporting a very important market sector for the economy of the state. And then the proposed new School of Computing, which we'll bring to the board for their consideration in January. So we just had last week the ASUW Student Senate overwhelmingly endorsed that proposal, and I think we have a very strong plan to present to the board. Now, our students are asking and deserve more digital skills, asking for and deserve more digital skills. So we aim to do that. Employers in every market. I had a meeting with Caterpillar leadership some months ago. They asked me a little bit about manufacturing. They asked me mostly about artificial intelligence and big data and how we could support working with them in those areas. And that's, every market, you're hearing the same thing, more digital skills. And then if we want to raise our research profile and raise research revenues, diversify our revenue streams, it's important that we are able to work with funding agencies where they're putting money. And that happens to be, of course, around digital skills. So we're working on that. And then the third area of our of how we are to be the most effective agents for the state are around the Wyoming Innovation Partnership. That is to align all of higher education, and this is with all of the community colleges. It's an all-in-state effort to work together to advance the state. The WIP initiative is about advancing the state, it's not precisely about advancing the institutions, but collectively, we're working to advance the state. So I'm happy to talk about that, working closely with the Wyoming Business Alliance and also the Wyoming Business Council, the Governor's Office, community colleges. We're going to help move the state forward. So with all of that, I'm almost finished my opening remarks here. It is essential that we have ability to be able to nimbly focus the university for the future. And so this is what my pitch is about the block grant. It is absolutely essential from our point of view that we have the ability to muster the forces within the university for the betterment of the state. And that's not just about agriculture or about business or about engineering. It's about bringing all of our skills to harness our ability to address the complex problems that the state has. We have one university in the state, is both the flagship and the land grant, and the block grant supports both of them. So the last point I want to make is about the exception requests, and we'll get into this. I know that'll be the bulk of the conversation. They are, from our point of view, essential to supporting the goals that I've laid out for impact in the state. Now, just mentioned a couple of them. We'll get into more detail, but the first priority is about a request supported by the governor adding $7.2 million in state aid to the block grant. It is essential for treading water for us. If the work we did to restructure and address budget issues did not take into account a further reduction. So this comes partway to making us at least whole compared to where we were in the last year. Second one on our list here is a salary program. This specifically supports excellence in the institution. It is essential both for staff and for faculty. We are below market. We lose faculty and staff to other institutions. They sometimes leave the state. We've really got to address that. So we have a request there. And then some others that we'll get into in a minute. Operations, we have a request for that. Again, supporting institutional excellence. The Office of Research and Economic Development is vastly understaffed compared to our competitors. If we want to be able to raise research profiles, bring in additional revenues from funding agencies, we need to grow that. And also that supports our economic development efforts. And so we have an exception request for that. Another one for academic affairs in terms of recruiting strong faculty as we go forward, enhancing institutional excellence. We have that. So we'll get into this in a minute, but I'll just then say I'd like to take just a second to introduce our team. So I'm Ed Seidel. I think I've met you all. We have trustees McKinley and trustee chair Jeff Marsh. Back in our,
we see him hiding in the back.
You see them?
John's
Right.
ducking down, but we can see him.
Good. We have Provost Kevin Carmen here with us. We have Associate Vice President Alex Dean right here to my left. Senior Vice President Neil Theobald is in the back. We also have Professor Mohammed Piri, the head of our Center for Fluid Flow and Porous Media. We have SER Director Holly Krutka as well, Science Initiative Leader Greg Brown, Dean Clint Alexander from the Law School, Dean Cam Wright from the Engineering College, Dean David Jones from Health Sciences, Athletic Director Tom Berman, Professor Brant Shoemaker in Health Sciences, and then Associate VP for Economic Development, Steve Farkas, who's been spearheading the WIP initiative. So they don't all have to speak, but they're available for questions.
Okay.
So thanks a lot for the time.
Thank you. So who's gonna, are we turning over to Alex or? Are you
I'm ready to
just
turn it
catching
over
your
to
breath?
Alex.
Okay.
Unless you have questions on the above.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, President Seidel, thank you. And this is kind of a question that might apply across budget items. I noticed on page 13 of the budget book here, it has a line item for what was the then strategic plan from 2017, and it listed income-bearing IP licenses. And the goal was to have 2 to 3 per year, which seems like a really modest goal. So 2 questions. One is, how much money is that making, if you know? And what's the target and how do you plan to get there? So, this is an area of great concern to me, and I just think the university has so much potential to do well. You know, there are universities that get a lot of money each year from licensing their intellectual property, and I'd be interested to know if you have a plan for that.
Yes, thanks, Representative Stith. And so, Mr. Chair and Representative Stith, so I don't have the answer to the specific question, but I will tell you it is our goal to vastly increase our ability to both have royalties from invention disclosures and agreements with companies and so on, patent disclosures, and that is, and again, we do not at the moment have very specific goals, but we're just beginning a strategic plan. Steve Farkas may be able to talk about this. We do have targets for the Wyoming Innovation Partnership that we're still working on right now. We have at the beginning, the phase 1 initiative of the ARP funding we have is largely laying out the foundations for this, and phase 2, which would carry out in a couple of years, would have a lot more details in terms of the plans for where we go. So this is a major focus. This is what I used to do. I wish I could tell you the numbers as clearly as I could from my old job. I could tell you we had many tens of millions of dollars in royalties that came into the university in Illinois because of this. And so we want to use that, and others, Utah and others, Montana State does a good job. Colorado State does a good job. So there's a lot of capacity in the area. There's also, in terms of raising venture capital, we have at the beginnings of plans to do a venture capital operation from within the university. But right now we're beginning to talk with additional existing venture capital firms that serve the area. They're typically outside the state of Wyoming, although a lot of them are moving into Jackson. We're having conversations with them. So we're in the midst of actually building the plans for that in much more depth.
Okay. Thank you. Continue. I think that's you, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we can briefly look on page 26. This is the university's exception priorities table. As you can see here, we have 8 exception requests, and then
26.
Page 26. For the agency 067, excluding School of Energy Resources. The last exception request, which we will get to, is just a request to extend the availability of AML funds that are used for graduate research.
Hopefully we'll be more successful AML funds with some of the coal economic assistance grants coming back.
Can you pull the mic?
Mr. Chairman, going on to page 27, this lays out separate School of Energy Resources exception requests, which we'll get to later in the budget. If we flip ahead to page 32, this is where we begin the first division, state aid for the university. State aid is also what is commonly referred to as the block grant. And these funds fund the majority of the university operating budget. And we understand and appreciate the fiscal condition the state is in. But to be clear, the negative impacts on employee morale resulting from the constant pressure to reduce budgets cannot be overstated. This continuation of having to find and reduce funding across the university has real negative impacts on employee morale. Identifying sustainable ongoing reductions is difficult and inevitably comes in the form of eliminating positions through attrition. We don't have a lot of mechanisms which we can cut our block grant funding other than managing positions. And this oftentimes leads to burnout, more stress, and additional workload on the remaining employees. And unfortunately, the reduction in state support is not the only revenue stream negatively impacted over the past couple of years. Tuition and fee revenue, as well as nearly every component of operating revenue for the university, room and board, retail dining, sponsored research, athletics revenue, all came in well under projections. This just continues to force reductions in spending at the institution across the board. The governor has recommended the standard budget as presented here at a value of $296.8 million. This represents roughly a 13% cut as compared to the standard budget approved in March of 2020. If we flip ahead to page 34, this leads us to our first exception request. This is priority 1A, and the request is for 7.2 million. We've requested this in recurring state aid. However, the governor's recommended approval of this exception request, but as one-time funding. The value of 7.2 million was generated looking at the matching funds that were appropriated in the 21-22 budget, but were reduced to zero in the supplemental budget as part of the budget reduction process. In place of the state funding, the university used institutional reserve funding to fully fund these matching programs, and matches were met. We believe the university should not have to take a recurring cut based on this one-time appropriation. However, through the process of establishing the standard budget, the state budget department had to move this reduction to a unit and moved it to this standard budget unit 6701 state aid. Pause for any questions on this.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thanks, Alex. I just want to make sure, is your understanding of the one-time funding being general funds? I'm assuming that they are, but just want to, yeah. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, yes.
Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? All right, continue. Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you said the block grant constitutes the bulk of the funding. What's the percentage of the revenue stream? And if you could elaborate, probably what are the other major revenue components?
So, Mr. Chairman, overall, in total funding that the institution brings in across all sources, it's about 42, 43% across all sources. However, the majority of the funding that is not coming through state aid block grant is restricted for specific purposes. It's either research dollars, it's foundation account dollars, or it's specific fees that must be used for a specific purpose as outlined in our fee book. That leaves the general fund appropriation and tuition and fee revenue and a few other operating dollars that come in.
So what do tuition and fees contribute?
Go ahead, Alex.
Mr. Chairman, so tuition and fee revenue, there's two components of this. There is the gross amount that is billed out, and then there's the net revenue that comes in. The net revenue that comes in covers all of our professional programs as well as our undergraduate and graduate tuition revenue coming into the university. It results in about a $57.8 million amount across the institution, across all of those sources of tuition and fee revenue.
Thank you. That's the net.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's the net.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead,
if I may,
Representative Stith.
just so as a percentage, how much is tuition as a percentage of the total revenue, roughly?
Mr. Chairman, so it ends up being between 12 and 14%.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Stimson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Seidel, in discussing teachers' salaries, our educators and our staff, could you explain to us what the salary situation has been in the last 2 to 3 years since you've arrived? Have there been increases? Have there been bonuses, decreases? What's the salary situation like?
Go ahead, President.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Simpson. So I think the answer is that basically salaries have been flat. And so and we continue to lose ground to other universities as our salaries are already below market, both for staff and for faculty. I will tell you also at the level of administrators, just generally speaking, our salaries are below market. We are very much in a competitive market. So we don't generate our own faculty in large part. We recruit faculty from across the nation and around the world, actually. And so people have choices to make. And so we're looking hard to adjust them. That's why we're working on the salary program as one of our top priorities.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, follow up, Representative.
So during the budget cuts, did you ask your professors and your instructors to do more? Did they start teaching more classes because of the budget cuts and had reduction in staff?
Yes, there especially the budget cuts were coupled, I would say, actually, with the COVID-19 crisis that we had. And so virtually everybody was asked to do significantly more. And there were, as Alex was saying, there's very significant burnout. People are frankly overwhelmed with duties. We've also had a reduction, and Alex has the numbers here, but the number of staff and faculty are lower than they were. And so the workload has not gone down. In fact, if anything, I would say has gone up because of the last year. So it's been a double whammy of duties and fewer people to carry the weight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Continue.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that takes us to page 35, our second priority 1B. And this, as laid out in your budget book, is a $9 million recurring request for compensation increases. We know the governor has recommended an enterprise-wide compensation plan, which identifies $13,377,055 for the university. And in turn, the Board of Trustees reconsidered the original request and has updated that request to $13,950,000 based on a better understanding of the methodology used for that enterprise-wide solution.
Okay, thank you. And so Kevin, I'm assuming that's coming in the letter on this, on when we get to compensation, that adjustment?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
And we didn't talk about it when the community colleges are here, but I'm assuming the community colleges are they included in that letter as well?
Yes, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right, thank you. Okay. Can you?
So Mr. Chairman, maybe just a couple other points and to the president's point. When we look at compensation at the university and some of the statistics and more startling statistics.
You know, Alex, I can tell you that people outside are having a hard time hearing you. You just need to pull your mic a little closer.
Especially when you sit down.
Okay, apologize. So Mr. Chairman, we have done a market analysis and understand sort of where the university staff employees are, faculty employees are as compared to the various markets for higher education. But one of the startling things that I think we've noticed is the trend of the number of benefited employees that are leaving the university. And to date, as of numbers maybe of last week, we've had 472 benefited employees leave the university this year. That's 100 more than the prior calendar year. And this trend is startling, and the cost of recruiting and hiring back and training new employees is significant. I think this request, this amount of funding would go a long ways toward helping ease those pressures.
Did you conduct, how many exit interviews were you able to conduct?
So, Mr. Chairman, I don't have that on at the ready, but I will be sure to check.
And I would just be interested in if you can break down for us the reasons for leaving.
Yep.
I mean, we're seeing, obviously that enterprise-wide across all state agencies, everybody's having similar experiences, but it's not limited to the public sector. Private sector it's dramatic across all. But we'd be interested in seeing that information. Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Somewhat along that line, if I could, President Seidel, ask you a question. I've been contemplating a comment you made just a few minutes ago where you says we don't raise our own in-house, speaking of staff, that we go out nationally and globally and bring those in. And I thought that was interesting. I'd just like a little more on that. I mean, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing that we don't do that internally, and, or is it kind of a combination of both? And, but evidently we don't do much of that.
Well, excuse Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, I didn't mean to give the wrong impression there. What I mean is, as a university, we generate so many PhDs, for example, and so we just are not a self-contained unit in terms of generating our own faculty. Of course, we do generate some of our own faculty, and we work very hard to grow our staff and faculty that are here. And so you'll see a lot of evidence of that as people are promoted. We have to grow our own, our younger staff and faculty. We want to grow into senior professors and administrators and so on. But I would say, I don't know the numbers, but if you looked at, say, the faculty, where they've gotten their training and their PhDs, it is across the entire world. And so we have a cohort that comes from the University of Wyoming, but of course it's healthy to have people from all over the place who have different training, different backgrounds. That makes us a better university. So when we're searching for staff and faculty, we are virtually always looking at national searches, unless, I mean, there are certain categories of staff that we have people from within the state of Wyoming that would be very, of course, capable and competitive. But we have to think about the global market. That's the main point I'm trying to make, and what the salaries are.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you're discussing departures from the university by various staff, how many were left the university in the chemical engineering arena as the reorganization plan was proposed before it was scaled back and somewhat withdrawn, but left due to timing to have other job opportunities for the new academic school year?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, I think there is one. I don't know, perhaps the provost knows the numbers better, but yeah.
Sure, go ahead, Provost.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, thank you. Yes, I'm aware of one faculty member who has accepted an offer at another university to be the department chair of chemical engineering there. Doesn't mean that there might not be others, but as of now, there's one that I'm aware of. Dean Wright, is there?
All right, thank you. Continue.
Mr. Chairman, if there are no additional questions on priority 1B, we'll go to page 37. The next exception request is priority 2, $200,000 for rodeo. This is a one-time exception request. The university has had this exception request in our budget since the FY 2015-2016 biennium. This funding allows the athletics department to continue serving the rodeo team with strength and conditioning training. It allows the athletics department to provide graduate assistance and supervise and coach the students. The governor denied this exception request.
Okay, thank you. Wouldn't that Sue? Never mind. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to give a cheer for our rodeo team. It is fabulous, and we want to keep it that way. It's very important for this university.
I just remembering the late legislator. I think that was her. That was one of her last things she did as a legislator. Anyway.
Moniz. Moniz.
Was it Glenn? But even before her was Sue
Wallace.
Wallace from. What was that? Anyway, yeah. Anyway, go ahead. We wax nostalgic. Thank you. Anyway, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
Question on priority 2. Exception request was denied. So my question is with the support that the athletic department has given the rodeo team, if this is not funding, will the department withdraw that support for the rodeo team?
Mr. Chairman, we have no.
Tom Berman, welcome to the hot seat.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, no, we will not. I'm not sure how we're going to do it, but we'll figure it out. Rodeo is very important. I tell people all the time, we wear that on our helmet, and we ought to be really good in rodeo. And We're in the process now of transitioning rodeo to total supervision within athletics, starting July 1. And Bo, the coach, is very excited about that, and we're gonna find a way to make it better, but it's gonna take resources away from somewhere at the end of the day, unless we can find external sources to make up the difference, which we will try, but we have a whole bunch of grand plans for rodeo that are gonna cost some money.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, so is there some efficiencies to be found other than just cutting one program or another?
In moving it into athletics, is there more efficiencies? I wouldn't say from a financial perspective, there are more efficiencies. But I think Bo would echo that this is going to provide his kids the best opportunity for success. We have a really good culture within athletics as far as development of student athletes, and those kids are student athletes just like a football player is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. All right, any other questions on priority 2, rodeo? All right, continue.
Mr. Chairman, the next priority is priority number 3, university operations, and begins on page 37, goes on to 38. This request is for $2.8 million, 320,000 of which is one time, is really broken into 3 recurring components. Funding for a deputy director position, funding for 3 additional custodian positions, and additional funding to cover utility increases of $1 million per year. The 4th request is one time of 320,000 to replace failing operations division equipment. In general, the university campus is comparable to a small municipality, complete with its own utility systems, including more than 2,000 acres in Laramie and 16,600 acres statewide. The Laramie campus includes 7.5 million gross square feet of space, and oversight and maintenance of a campus this size and complexity requires exceptional management to minimize those costs of maintenance.
All right, thank you. All right, continue.
No questions. We'll move on to priority number 4. This request is $2 million for the Office of Research and Economic Development. The governor has recommended denial of this exception request. And in general, I don't think we often come here and discuss the Office of Research and Economic Development with this committee. But really, that office, their job is to work with faculty, staff, and students in all of the university's colleges and outreach programs to link research, tech transfer, and economic development efforts to enhance federal, state, and private sector support for faculty and graduate student scholarship. Last November, there was a staffing study completed with an outside firm which confirmed the office is severely understaffed. In total, more than 40 positions were identified as needed to enhance the research activity at the university. They currently have 27 positions, 24 of which are filled. As an example, Boise State and the University of Idaho have double the number of pre-award and compliance staff as the university. If the university aspires to reach, and the university does aspire to reach, Carnegie R1 highest research activity classification, as well as Tier 1 status in engineering, must substantially increase the staffing in these areas of pre-award and proposal development. Internally, the university did go through a process of reallocating institutional funds and were able to identify and fund 7 of the most pressing positions. But that's as far as those resources could reach. And this request would fund the next 12 or so of those critical positions.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add.
Sure, go ahead, President.
Thank you very much. So this is kind of the area I've grown up in universities, and I've been a vice president for research twice, actually, in 2 different institutions. I've also been an executive of the National Science Foundation, so I know how this works well. And you heard earlier that roughly 42% of our funding comes from the state. Many other universities, state universities, land-grant universities, it is significantly lower, and it's largely because they support the growth of their research enterprise. that help support. It's not just for faculty to do research, although it is for that, but it supports graduate students, undergraduates. It makes us more competitive also for corporate partnerships. It often leads to things like a research park that directly impacts the state economy. And I've been involved in those in the past. We would love to build a research park that would have companies coming to the state to work with our faculty and students and staff. And so also it seems likely that the federal government is going to increase the funding to the National Science Foundation, Department of Energy, National Institutes of Health, the Department of Commerce around economic development and research. And so we need to have the capacity to grow our research operations at the University of Wyoming. So this is really, really an important thing for us. And I think this budget exception request would help us raise our revenues from outside the state. That's perhaps a financial way to look at it. So thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
So I'm unfamiliar with the Carnegie classification. I don't know if R2 is 2 of 10 or 2 of 2 or whatever. So a little explanation, please.
Chairman, Representative Schwartz, I will pass this to our provost, who just gave a presentation on Carnegie classifications, but I would just say, being a Carnegie R1 institution, which we are close to, but not quite at, is a phase shift in how the institution would be viewed at a national level. It would raise our ability to attract more faculty who are very research oriented, and agencies also notice this, but I'll pass it on to Kevin to say a bit more.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, yes, thank you for the opportunity. The classification is determined by the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching, and they classify universities in a variety of ways. One of the more significant ones is relative to the research status. There are actually 3 categories of research universities, really effectively 2. There's R1 and R2, and then there's the smaller institutions that fall below the R2. The classification is based on a set of metrics that all universities report to the federal government, and they gather that information and distill that and then make their classification. It's based on research expenditures in STEM disciplines and in non-STEM disciplines. It's based on the number of doctoral students that graduate, not the number of students that are enrolled, but the number of students that actually graduate. And again, they differentiate STEM disciplines, humanities, social sciences, and then what a category they call other professional. And then another category is essentially the postdoctoral scholars, the individuals that you have on your campus that have a doctoral degree that are contributing to research but aren't part of the regular faculty. And so that's viewed to be an important part of the ecosystem. And then the Carnegie Foundation actually uses these metrics and expresses them 2 ways. One is the absolute number, so the absolute number of grant dollars that you have, absolute number of doctoral students, et cetera. And the second is the relative number. So they then normalize those numbers to the size of your faculty. And actually, if you look at the University of Wyoming, we look pretty favorable on the relative terms. We're small, but we're mighty, you might say. But we do have some areas where we need to improve. And one, for example, I mentioned doctoral students in the humanities as being an important metric. We have no doctoral programs in the humanities currently, and recently did a sensitivity analysis that if we had a doctoral program in the humanities, that would significantly move us toward the R1 classification. And so, for example, English is a great program. It's really poised and ready to go. So that's an area where we could make some immediate impact. But if I could, while I'm talking, while I have the microphone, and mention the importance of this request as it relates to the Office of Research. I've just been here about 6 months, but I can tell you that in my discussions with faculty and deans and department chairs as I've gone across campus, I've heard repeatedly rather sobering and sad stories about grant proposals that didn't actually get submitted because of the lack of staffing to be able to just fundamentally get these things submitted to federal funding agencies. And so we're really leaving a lot on the table by just not having the capacity to be able to get those grant proposals submitted and then managed once we receive them. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Let's go to Ms. Vice President. We'll come back to Mr. Co-Chair.
Me first?
No, Mr. Vice President, and then back to
That's
Mr.
why
Co-Chair.
I'm pointing ahead.
He outranks us.
Mr.
He outranks us
Chairman.
all.
And then me.
Question
No.
on priority number 4, Office of Research and Economic Development. Has there been, or do you see a role for the Wyoming Business Council to work with the Office of Research and Economic Development? And what's the potential to expand those opportunities to look at the Business Council side of it with this particular entity at UW? So have those discussions occurred, or is it discussion that should occur, or is there an opportunity there that we're not looking at?
No, and Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, so in fact, we have regular conversations with the Wyoming Business Council. In fact, and they do provide funding for the economic development aspects of what we do, but that's from within the Office of Research and Economic Development. But perhaps if you'd like to have more, Steve Farkas will be able to tell you.
Yeah, just curious as to the nature of that relationship and whether that's something that could be expanded, and what would that look like?
Yeah, well, I would say, I don't know, Steve, if you want to say any words to this, but we have very regular discussions with the Wyoming Business Council and how we can cooperate. I mean, not only as part of the WIP initiative, but they're also related in that discussion, but just for the University of Wyoming by itself.
And while you're answering his question and augment that, I mean, the Minerals and Business Economic and Development has been working through, I believe, in the interim with an overall plan with the Wyoming Business Council in this regard. And while you're answering, I'd just be interested in your interactions, if you've been involved in that process or interacted with as part of that process. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks. The relationship between the Office of Research and Economic Development and the Wyoming Business Council is very active. As President Seidel suggested, the Wyoming Business Council does make investments in what we call our Business Resource Network, which includes our Impact 307, our Tech Transfer Office, Manufacturing Works, and the SBDC. That requires standing discussions, and we have committed ourselves to it, a minimum meeting quarterly, to just do updates relative to investment activities, measured returns. We talk a lot about collaborative opportunities to support various communities. With the onset of the Innovation Partnership, that community level engagement has increased in collaboration with the community colleges and looking at programmatic activities that the Business Council has made investments to as well. We've also been in active conversations around expansion of investments in new business creation, and to include exploration of venture funding and other activities that'll spur new businesses, in addition to complementing our existing business communities. We think about innovation and entrepreneurship across the state.
So, Mr. Chairman, just a real quick follow-up to that. Could we get that as a synopsis that you could provide us as the current activities of what's going on? And then any outcomes as a result of that would be helpful to understand the nature of that relationship, to make sure that we're having more than discussions, but we are actually resulting in economic development through both this office and the Wyoming Business Council. So, but if you could provide us a synopsis of what you just said, it would be very helpful. Thank you.
Happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions on this subject? Then we'll go back to, we're still coming back to the Vice Chair next. So on this subject, go ahead, so Mr. Vice Chair, go ahead. Excuse me, Mr. Co-Chair. Didn't mean to demote you.
No worries. So President Seidel, I'm curious about the research component and your desire basically to raise grants or additional capital then to help fund the UW. So tell us how this works. I mean, it's kind of a chicken and the egg thing, it looks to me like. So give us an example of, let's say, okay, we'll take your bet. We'll give you 4 new research versus 12 or whatever it is. How long do you need them? How many years does it take? And when can you produce to us outcomes so we can say, yeah, this is a great idea. Let's do it again. Or we'll double our money down, kind of a thing. So walk us through that type of scenario.
Sure. So thanks, Mr. Chairman. We would be able to, I think, show returns on this very quickly in terms of numbers of grants that we're able to process, number of grants submitted to work on Also the success rate of grants that we have, and these would translate directly into dollars, not only dollars for, well, the dollars can support a number of different things. They would support, for example, a research program that a faculty member has that leads to more papers, that leads to higher reputation in sort of in the field, and therefore ability to recruit new students and faculty. It also leads directly to, for example, instrumentation. So right now, we often rely on state funding for certain kinds of instruments. As we're more competitive for funding from NSF, there's a thing called the medium scale research infrastructure, and also the MRI grants to fund things like microscopes or computers and facilities like that. So things for the AMK Ranch, for example, we have the instrumented plane. There's a $15 million grant from the NSF for atmospheric science research. So our ability to bring in more of these funds, I think we're talking about within a year or two, we'd be able to show returns on this. We're also in the midst of searching for an experienced vice president for research and economic development to help build this enterprise. So it's one of our very top priorities. I'll give you an example of a center that I once directed. It had hundreds of millions of dollars, and I'm not exaggerating, hundreds of millions of dollars in funding at an annual level for supporting about 200 research staff, faculty, and students at my center. There was a huge budget crisis in the state at the time that I was the director. Our budget was cut in half for the institution. My center basically didn't feel it because almost everybody was funded in my center by the National Science Foundation. So we can build our research enterprise significantly, and that helps support directly undergraduate students, graduate students, faculty, instrumentation, and so on. And I think we have a capacity to grow significantly with more support.
So just to follow up, Mr. Co-Chair, then if, obviously the governor did not go along with this request, I'm wondering if you could put together a more specific request for specific positions and say, okay, here's the test module for you to, and 2-year funding or 3-year funding, just be reasonable about it. And pick, I'd go for the lowest hanging fruit so that we can kind of build this together. And is that something you can put together?
I'd love to do that. We'll work with our provost. He's shaking his head. We can do that immediately.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so I think I heard, President Seidel, I think I heard this accurately, that the intent would not be that these would go away, but that as funding come in, it would go off general funds and be self-supporting, kind of be an enterprise model and expand, hopefully. Do I have that correct?
Go ahead.
And so, Mr. Chairman, kind of a follow-up, and I kind of want to get over here to Director Hibbert, because as we talked about when the governor presented his budget, there's a lot of opportunities we're seeing in the state as well as the university right now, and we're just finding ourselves that we don't have the capacity to really reach out and apply for some of this stuff in a way that, and so there's a lot of water going under the bridge here that we're not going on. And so, Kevin, I'm curious what kind of conversation we had or took place for denying this request.
Kevin.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I think we have to discuss the priority of the governor is the compensation package of the $13.4 million, and that's an ongoing funding. And the remainder of these exercises, in a combination of, would eclipse or overrun our structural general fund budget for 23-24. So if you look at the Craig, and you take away the one-time money, it keeps the structural nature, what's you'd expect to be ongoing into 25-26. So these requests would go beyond that. Now, we still have the one-time funding. So for example, the governor did provide $7.2 million of one-time for this. And then lastly, the governor throughout the whole entire process, we try to maintain a flat budget or try to control the clawback aspect of the budget as well. So flat, and then also not to add back.
So, Mr. Chairman, then if I could follow up, so if President Seidel, if I heard you correctly, you're saying 1 to 2 years, you ought to see some return on investment, be able to do something. And so my question, based on what I just heard, is if we had one-time funding to support this, does that, I know that puts the, but does that get you where you need to be to where?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I think the one-time funding, it makes it more difficult to hire people into the staff positions that we need to support the enterprise. What we're proposing is more effectively leveraging state funds. We're not arguing to replace state funds with federal funds, but to more effectively leverage those. More support would allow us to bring in significantly more external funding is what we believe.
Mr. Chairman.
Go to Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I just wanted to have a clarifying question for Mr. Hibbard. I thought what he just said was that if we approve $2 million for this on an ongoing basis, that'll bust our long-term fiscal profile on the general fund. Maybe he didn't say it quite that way, but that would be a surprise to me. I mean, Craig is kind of a roller coaster. But right now, I thought the long-term fiscal profile optimistically was showing, $300 million as a structural surplus. I mean, that'll probably change a few months from now and we'll maybe be in the red again. But I thought that, to me, I thought you were saying that $2 million would bust the budget, and that doesn't quite ring true. So I may have misunderstood what you said.
Mr. Chairman, in January, we could be in a better position, but we use the Craig to control our budget on our profile. That's what we do. With the expectation of that, we have on my structural budget, $7.3 million is what remains in the structural budget after the governor's recommendations. That's how tight we are. So when I said in a combination, so any combination of these that eclipse $7.3 million would be breaking our or overrunning our structural general fund budget. Now, certainly, we'd expect that to improve in January, and we think that it's going to improve, stay where we are with the prices of oil and coal for 25, 26, and even in 25, 26, perhaps having more structural money available. So there's where we are currently positioned.
All right. Thank you. We're still
Chairman.
on. Yes, go ahead.
So President Seidel, let's move from the budget and the body count to just the soft skills necessary to make this happen. You and I have had a conversation about your need and one of your goals is streamlining your IP transfer policies so that when somebody does have an idea, you don't have to go into a series of lawyer-like negotiations to figure out who's going to get what. And then also just streamlining or clarifying the process by which you do industry partnerships. And I shared with you, somebody in my community said that they did one of those with UW and another with a different university, and it did not go smoothly with the university. Where are we on just building the soft skills necessary to make sure that if you had these extra positions, extra funding, that you can do it?
President?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, we are making, I think, very good progress in terms of putting in the plans and also with positions around that we're using the ARP funding for to grow our corporate partnership plans and in order, we have a sort of a three-legged stool in planning for supporting corporate partnerships involving the research office, the academic programs, the deans, and then also the foundation. We've come together with even some office space within the Gateway building. That's where the foundation is located, where we will build up a combined office there. So this is about both things like corporate philanthropy, also building up academic programs where companies support directly courses that might be taught or help have internships for students, and then also for doing R&D programs with the university. So that's around corporate partnerships. So that the plans are in place and we are beginning to think about who we would hire. And in fact, Steve, I'm sure could speak to that if you wanted more detail, or we could write some report for you. On the entrepreneurship side, that's a little bit different, but it's a similar idea around economic development. We're working very hard to streamline our abilities to, for example, create new businesses. We have Mohammed Piri here who, is Mohammed here? Yes, yes. So we're working very closely with Mohammed as a kind of a worked example of what's needed to support the growth of companies that are being formed out of work that's going on at the university. It's a common model that I think the University of Wyoming is a bit behind in. So we're working hard to grow the staff and support to grow those. And then also in collaboration with the Wyoming Innovation Partnership, as Steve could talk about, this idea of the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation is one that would support the growth, not just in a college of business or a college of engineering, but an umbrella across the entire university. We'll do training for students in entrepreneurship, as well as in the incubators, or for example, around Impact 307 hubs that we have, where companies can be started and then have the mentorship, where we're hiring a new alumni director and I'm interviewing every single candidate with the idea, could we help build a mentorship program from alums who have successfully started businesses to help mentor our students, and then provide also the venture capital support. So all of these elements are coming together in a total revamp of the way the university is approaching this. And I think you'll see results within months now, because it's part of our promise to the governor and the WHIP agenda.
Thank you. Other questions? Other questions on this priority? All right, I've got 1203. I guess next thing we'd be talking about is priority 5. Why don't we go ahead and obviously we're not going to get through this budget in the next few minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and take a recess till 1 o'clock, and we'll come back and pick up where we left off. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We're standing recess till 1 o'clock.